This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, 6:34 on this Friday, tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in South Georgia right now with a tornado possible tag with the activity. So possibly could get a tornado warning here toward Camilla and Mitchell County at any moment. Also a tornado watch in the broad yellow shaded area. That's to 11 tonight. And then that red circled area is region the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma is talking about here in some of their discussions where a few dispersed thunderstorms are expected to persist through the evening with a threat for all severe hazards. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now as we're looking at things. I know nationally there's only one tornado warning right now. That's in Virginia, but that could change here at any moment. We've had some toward Alabama and further west in the Florida Panhandle. That a review an area. Of course, we had those severe thunderstorm warning this morning. That early round of activity there affecting coastal areas there toward like Franklin County and toward Levy County, for instance. So just kind of making note of that. But right now, our focus is on this activity there and toward South Georgia. You see around Camilla some rotation. Our steer marker showing up. Our tornado vortex signature showing up, but it's not extremely tight at the moment. It doesn't look like here from this view. Rotations, that's good news, but we have to just be careful here. Severe thunderstorm warning remain in effect till 7:30 here in South Georgia. About looks like 6:20. Severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles southwest of Newton, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Southeastern Doherty, Mitchell, Baker, western Colquitt, and southwestern Worth counties are under this until about 7:30. The severe thunderstorm warning here. So again, that's kind of the story right now. That's kind of the storyline right now. And you see Newton, Pelham, Putney, Camilla, Baconton, Doran, Funston, Sale City, Bridgeboro, Flint, Parkerville, Cotton, Lester, Prentice, Crestwood, Branchville, as well as Greenow, Gordy, and Hopeful here. So again, just gonna have to go ahead and monitor the situation as we're looking toward that area and see if this intensifies into needing a tornado warning or not. It's a possibility, but right now that's not what we're dealing with based on the indications from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. This moving east at 25 miles an hour, so affecting areas right around Camillo right now. Looking at some stronger wind. You see at the back it up here, we had some rotation there. And then it looked like it had weakened a little right around Camilla, possibly. Can't know for sure, but then it looked like it was starting to strengthen a little in that latest scan. Let me check some other radars we have. It looks like our full toolkit here of radars at this point. So that's good at least. As we're looking at things. And that radar out of Moody, it didn't show maybe as much with it on the current scan. But at least we have more radars to work with than we've been having here, with some of them being down lately. But you can see there's some wind energy there northeast of Camilla, but nothing overwhelming. Let's go to the Fort Nova still view, and we have just a lot of wind energy showing up in this one. Don't really see much rotation, so it's interesting to look at three different angles. Now I will say that the view from Tallahassee, according to our radar system, is the closest though, so that should give us the best view in theory. So again, looking here right now west of I-75, you see here we have some more severe thunderstorm activity further out. This is where we've been tracking maybe more, and then we have some tornadic activity earlier on toward Holmes County right now. You see south of Graceville, north of Bonifay. That's where we have the worst of things. Some pretty nasty winds showing up there. That looks a little more likely to be producing damage and winds toward the surface, whether there's maybe a tornado with that. Right now we're not necessarily seeing those indications, but this is east of Prosperity. You see moving in toward Graceville there, some very strong winds. So something to take heed of there right now as we're looking. That's in toward part of areas a little bit further downstream into toward Jackson County. So again, just something to watch. That's going to move into our southwestern Georgia counties more likely here versus the North Florida counties eventually. So we'll look up from the Eglin radar at this too. You can't really see too much on it there, what we have our warning on locally, but this shows more rotation from that south Georgia axis there in terms of the view from Tallahassee. I know things like FSU baseball and FSU softball going on. Things okay weather-wise toward Tallahassee right now. I know some different accommodations being made there for things with the inclement weather that we're expecting as we get further out in toward the timeline. And then also I know different things like graduations are going on. Like, I mean, you have Bradford High School graduation, for instance. The weather looks pretty good over here, though. I know you have the tornado watch as we're looking further off toward areas, you know, toward the west. Now a new tornado warning popping up just outside of our area I'll get to in a moment. But weather-wise here for graduation looks to be pretty good here in Bradford County, Florida. That's where we're located, and is one of our 62 counties that we cover. So just thought I'd touch on that here real quick as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. Just trying to give you the very latest on the overall scenario as things do develop. So again, just trying to be here for you. Let me go ahead and just kind of keep looking through some stuff here. Just trying to let you know exactly what's going on here. We're just going to be making sure you have the very latest here on everything you need, on absolutely everything you need. So, yeah, the tornado warning, though, further west is now in play till 6:15 Central Time. It's that area of rotation there between Graceville and Chipley. You see a little bit of tide in there, shear markers showing up on that Doppler algorithm. A lot of wind in the north, a little bit of inflow there toward the south possibly there. And that's something we'll have to just kind of watch. You have the overall scenario. I know I've been switching radars, so it kind of gets a little bit weird there, skipping some frames, but just kind of watching things as the situation does progress there. We're going to just have to monitor this here as the minutes go by, as the hours go by, and the like here. Trying to give you the very latest just to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, I'm just going through some stuff right now. Again, just trying to check on everything that's happening here. I know, and just wanting to make sure you're staying safe. So, I'm just checking some updates here on my other source. Just monitoring our scenario. Of course, we have a local warning in place. I need to get back over to that here in just a second. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning yet in our area. We have to just watch for any potential upgrade here as the minutes go by here, as the hours go by. So we'll have to just watch some of this activity for potential upgrades into that tornado watch till 11 o'clock. Yeah, we're still watching that rotation east of Camilla, moving toward areas there not far from Sales City. We're toward Laney there as we look toward areas of Mitchell County. So let me go ahead and go back over to other view. You see that tornado watch us in the broad yellow shaded area till 11 o'clock tonight. You see the yellow box there in our area. You want it outside of the area, a red box outside of the area. That's a tornado warning there. And the reports of Holmes, Jackson, and Washington. And then green box there, a flash flood warning as we're looking at things further out, even in toward the geography. So again, just going to try to give you the very latest here. I'm just making sure that we have an idea of what's happening toward different communities here and the like. I mean, I know as I'm looking at some stuff, as you see those temperatures, they really do stand out. They definitely do stand out here as we are kind of giving you the very latest here on the overall situation. So I know it's in the mid-80s here toward parts of North Central Florida. 87 where I'm at here east of Stark as we're kind of tracking things as we're just watching the latest developments here. I know, just trying to give you everything you need here minute by minute as all these situations do evolve on us. So again, I'm just trying to help you out. Just trying to help you out here and check all my different resources. So again, that storm there out toward the Panhandle, as we're looking at things, this is severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles southwest of Graceville and east at 35 miles an hour. So again, we'll watch that. Let me go ahead and punch back up our Georgia storm now. Again, there's rotation. I know here it's may just be the way the angle is hidden because I didn't see the rotation as well or that much at all, and just a little bit showing up, but I didn't see much on the other radar angles. There's a little here and there, but it's not as well defined. But we'll watch, we'll track it here. We'll try to give you the very latest as those minutes tick on by. So again, let me go ahead and kind of get further back out here. I know you can see we're looking out toward the Panhandle, and just gonna go ahead and check the latest on everything there. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in play further east, and then one in here too. But then this is a tornado warning as we get out there from Graceville to Chipley there, that vicinity. That could be something to watch later in our area. I know I'm just going through everything here and trying to get the very latest on exactly what's happening, on exactly what is developing here with our ongoing scenario. I'm going to go ahead and just keep on checking things here. Let's go back to the Tallahassee radars here on Pelham. Some wind coming in on you guys. Not sure if it's going to be just, extremely strong. Radar again maybe kind of hitting this at a weird angle, but you can't take a chance on it, being weaker here. You gotta think it's on the stronger side. That radar view would show maybe it is on the stronger side. As we're looking at things here, you can see just north side of Pelham now. Maybe some stronger winds there in South Georgia. I know getting reports there. A pecan tree down in Mitchell County at the intersection of Branchville and Strawberry Roads. That's kind of the latest right now here as the moments go on by. I know we're just going to have to keep on checking things here. Just have to keep on updating you. And then nationally, there's a tornado warning in Virginia right now. That's a really odd looking storm there. There's some rotation in southwest of Martinsville, Virginia, though. There's Henry and Patrick County up there, but getting back to our area, the rotation isn't maybe it's tight here, but there's a lot of wind energy just south of Graceville. And this could be something that we'll have to watch here, mainly for areas maybe around southwest Georgia. Could clip a little of the northwest Big Bend here in Florida. We'll watch for that as the time does tick on here. Just kind of letting you guys know there how things are evolving. So again, just giving you all these updates here, giving you all the important information. I know, tracking it all for you here. Checking in Georgia again. I'm seeing some of that wind energy still there. I know. Just gotta hope we don't have anything, we're not expecting it, but they weren't really expecting it yesterday either. We don't want to have anything like what they had toward Houston, of course. So with this, the way the wind all of a sudden came together, it was kind of similar to what happened to Tallahassee last Friday. The way the wind came together in that area of our viewing circle. But of course, Houston a lot more populated, and Tallahassee's very populated too. But Houston, Harris County, over 500,000 folks still in the dark there. It was a bizarre scenario, kind of like Tallahassee last Friday. Speaking of Tallahassee, I know there's still a few folks as we're looking there that, we see some outages showing up on our maps now. Are they still from last week, or are they just a few more folk getting out in the dark today from just, issue here or there? It's hard to say, but 44 customers in the dark in Leon County, according to PowerOutage.us. But we were seeing a few thousand here just the other day when we were looking at that. So something that was a cause for a little bit more concern there, folks without power that long when they weren't necessarily expecting that. So again, bouncing between some different storms here. This warning out west goes to 6:30 Central. Probably going to extend further east, at least on the severe thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning, further east. And then you have our Georgia warning, Baker, Colquitt, Daugherty, Mitchell, and Worth, until about 7:30 with a severe thunderstorm warning. Could get this closer toward Moultrie here with a warning over the next little bit. So you're going to have to watch for that as the moments tick on by, as we continue to watch everything develop, of course. I know, Roy, speaking of watching things develop, let's go ahead and I want to take you on a view outside where we're at here. We're east to start looking back toward the west, and things don't look too crazy again, as we talked about. Hard to believe, but it's already graduation night for some folks, so weather looking pretty good toward north central Florida for graduation night. So again, just kind of giving you the latest there in that regard. I mean, can't completely write a quick sprinkle or something, but overall, weather looks pretty good. I mean, not like what we're seeing. It's a lot better here than what we're seeing in South Georgia, that's for sure. But we're watching this toward Camilla. Let me go up toward Cuthbert here, watching a little bit of wind energy with that. Not as overwhelming looking, but that's in Randolph County. Of course, we're always watching things in our 62 counties, so we're in Bradford, but we're watching all those southwest and south central Georgia counties, especially with that tornado watch until 11. Remember, when there's a tornado watch in play, you want to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. You have that radar indicated rotation and the like. Whenever there's a tornado warning, that means you need to seek shelter there. I mean, then you have, the rotation actually coming to fruition, or actually something being spotted, or even a debris signature on radar in some cases. I just want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So, again, we'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information unless a tornado warning comes in for part of our area before then, or just something really, really sticks out. But nasty weather in South Georgia. We'll keep you advised here in the Weather Center against severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect for parts of Baker, Colquitt, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth counties until 7:30.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, watching a severe thunderstorm warning right now, still inward part of South Georgia. This is for parts there of, it looks like, Colquitt, Mitchell, and Worth. Now, that's the latest update there coming in from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. I'll read you the latest statement information. So, at about 6:52, a severe thunderstorm was located at that point over Camilla, moving east about 25 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, also penny-sized hail. Talk about Newton, Pelham, Camilla, Baconton, Doran, Funston, Sales City. This is some of the communities here that we're talking about involved here in this alert. And then as we kind of keep looking through it, we have Bridgeboro, Flint, Parkerville, Cotton, Lester, Pritchett, Poplar, Arbor, Church, Crestwood, Branchville, Greenow, Gordy, Hopeful, and Livingston. So that's kind of the storyline right there with this severe thunderstorm warning in South Georgia until 7:30. Just watching things as they evolve here, as the situation does develop. I know just going to watch things minute by minute here and going to make sure you have the very latest. So again, that's kind of where we're at right now. Let me go ahead and look here. I know we keep getting these rotation signatures here on Doppler velocity. And you can see east of Pelham, north of Meigs. We're watching a little bit of it, but it's kind of displaced right now. And we have a tornado warning just west of the area. That's toward Jackson and Washington counties. We'll go to the radar closer toward that. That does look pretty organized there. As we're looking at things, at least with really strong winds in there. So we got to be mindful of that. That is area where we're watching rotation moving east at 30 miles an hour. And then let me go ahead and see, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning at 8:30. So let me go ahead and kind of switch back to Tallahassee radar here. This new severe thunderstorm warning at 8:30 is for parts of Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Decatur, Grady, Irwin, Mitchell, Thomas, Tipp, Worth counties. I know, I'm just going to kind of watch things here as the minutes go by, as the hours go by. You can see that polygon just coming up. So at 7:02, severe thunderstorms are located there along a line extending from near Tipton to near Tita, 7 miles northwest of Norman Park, to near Doran, and 9 miles northwest of Riverside, to 6 miles east of Camilla, to Pelham, to 12 miles northeast of Bainbridge, and it's moving that complex is east at 25 miles an hour. So Tipton, Nashville, Moultrie, Adel, Sylvester, Sparks, Enigma, or Omega there, or Omega, depending on how you pronounce it there in that area, Norman Park, Lenox, Pullen, Tai, Lockney, Alapaha, Coolidge, Phillipsburg, Unionville, Riverside, and Sly. So, again, just continuing to watch things here. Switching to some of the better radar reviews of this, possibly. I know, just trying to give you the very latest as these moments go on by here. I know, watching a little bit of rotation around Pelham on this view of it. You can see that there. And then I'm going to go to another view. Go to Tallahassee view. And you see from that, we're still watching a lot of lightning further off toward the west. Probably get at least into this severe thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning extended further out toward the east here. So we're just going to have to watch the progress of things. Obviously, if we get tornado warnings, we'll have to stay on with you guys a little bit more. Or just something a little more intense than just the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential, which is still significant. There is the tornado possibility in here as well for South Georgia. I mean, a lot of folks included in this, no doubt. I don't think everybody in here is going to get it just real bad right now in the ward South Georgia with this accent, but I mean, that can change here if we get a little more organization. If we get a little bit more organization, that could happen. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at things. I know you can see around areas there west of Jacob City. We're seeing that wind potential there. And that looks pretty significant whether there's a tornado there or not. That's outside of area right now, but Eventually that will be moving into our western counties. This here, you kind of see a little bit of a southerly component. You see rotation further aloft there east of Pelham. That's something we'll watch. That's something we'll give you the latest on. And let me go to the Moody radar again. Trying to give you updates. You can see we're watching now. Right now, not enough for a tornado warning, but definitely some wind energy in there. We already have some of that damage reporting coming in out of Mitchell County with a tree down there at the intersection of Branchville and Strawberry Roads. So we're just gonna give you the latest here as the moments go on by, as the minutes go on by. Now, if we need to pop back in with a tornado warning, of course, before 7:30, then we will. If any of those get issued for our coverage area, we'll be breaking in here immediately. But if we don't get one of those, we don't get like a destructive severe thunderstorm warning or something like that before 7:30. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour. Now that storm to the west concerns me some. It's just a matter of how quick it's moving and how much it's going to hold together. Because even if we don't get a tornado with this here, I know it's out of area right now. It looks like there's some really strong wind here. I mean, we're seeing winds that look like they are a lot more damaging potential than what we're seeing further off toward the east. There's more confidence here that these could be damaging, unlike Jacob City in the Panhandle, further west of our area. So I'm going to be watching all here for you, and I'll be back here at 7:30 unless we need to break back in earlier. So stay safe out there. The weather's good in north central Florida on Stark and the like tonight. A few sprinkles, but that's about it. Nothing to be concerned with as we're looking at things. I know graduation and like going on, so that's good at least, with the weather not being as big of a concern. Now there's an update on the tornado warning. They canceled out Washington but continued Jackson County till 6:15 Central Time. So with thunderstorm located 8 miles northeast of Tripoli that could be producing a tornado moving east at 30. So now there's a chance that if we get a tornado warning reissued on that, as this is moving further east, that could extend into our area. We may have to jump back in here before the bottom of the hour, but we'll kind of play things by ear and be back here as needed before 7:30 or at that bottom of the hour mark.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour. It's 7:30, another half hour, and another update here. We're trying to give you the latest. I'm trying to give you the latest here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and see another view of this here right now, another source, because there's a tornado warning just to the west and a new severe thunderstorm warning as well that's been expanded even into parts of North Florida now. The Big Bend region, not like North Central Florida per se, but you can see what I'm talking about here on our map. So that's kind of just the storyline there as kind of watching the latest developments here as the situation does transpire here. I know you can see that new warning and that yellow out toward north and west of Tallahassee. I know, as we are, by the way, on that week anniversary of what happened there toward Leon County. Hopefully we don't have a repeat. I mean, I would say, well, I could guarantee that we wouldn't, but I can't do that because last week wasn't really expected the way it set up. So we still got to be kind of careful here. Just in case, got to monitor things. As the new severe thunderstorm warning didn't play until 8:30 for Gadsden County, northwestern Liberty, as well as southern Decatur and Seminole counties there. I know, by the way, you see Jackson County under the tornado warning. They're not part of my official 62 counties, just if you're wondering. Nope. And in a way, it kind of gets covered from time to time from the Tallahassee stations, but not part of the 62 counties that we cover officially. If it was like a large tornado on the ground, it'd be a different story, but not one where you have to be on there with the coverage, not where we've been on for tornado warnings done within a 62 county area there for the last 4.5 years at this point. But you can see, I know some of this rain here kind of over similar areas west to east, and there's a potential for some flash flooding. Weather Prediction Center is just talking about that. And we just got to watch things. And now we had a question there on Facebook a little while ago. It was in regard to areas further west in the region there around Caryville. Not in the official viewing area, but I'm going to go ahead and try to help you out here. So we're talking about Caryville there, and that gets us out to parts of Washington County. So that's something to kind of look at there in that direction. And, well, over that way, we're talking about areas there. I mean, as you kind of look there in toward that county, I mean, you have areas like Chipley, for instance. So we have Interstate 10 there in that vicinity as well. So definitely kind of interesting just to look at here with our mapping, with the information that is at our disposal. And I know we're just kind of seeing here with the geography. It's west of Bonifay here. I know on our map as well. So it's just some heavy rain, but not an official warning there right now in toward that area. I know it does show up on the map eventually there. Not in our area, but somebody had a question about that region. And there's still a tornado watch out there, so still be careful and still heavy thunderstorm in your area, but you're not under any warning at this point. As I backed this up earlier on, there was a severe thunderstorm warning that covered that area though, and been watching rotation. And speaking of rotation, I know they keep backing this up. I know we had some more rotation further back. We've just gotten now a tornado warning in our area, so we need to jump over to this. We got to stick with this now, folks. A tornado warning has just been issued for a part of our covered area at 8:30. Enough rotation here that we could have some problems on our hands. I know it didn't show up good on rotation tracker, so let me go ahead and it's just coming up on our system now. I hadn't come up on either source yet. Let me see here. I know it's a weird angle on the radar. Actually, they're saying, I know this is just a situation here that we got to be really mindful of. I know I'm seeing, maybe more than one area of rotation, but in the actual text of the warning here, they're talking about just one area they're focused on, near Coolidge, or 7 miles southwest of Moultrie, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So we have to stick with this now, folks. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the other source. This is a little bit better view of the tornado warning box. We now have a local tornado warning in South Georgia until 8:30. So you want to seek shelter into that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that. I know this has been a really weird pattern here for me. We had one last summer for a while. I mean, that was even more bizarre in that it was a little bit later on in toward summertime period with a tornado threat. I mean, I even had, as we're looking towards South Georgia, crazy hail with it at points. Here, last Friday we had the event I'll never forget toward Tallahassee there, all the devastation and toward some neighborhoods, the power outages and the like there. It was low end hurricane like there for sure, but or mean in some cases. But tornado warning here. We got to focus on the task at hand right now. So there's rotation around here, not far from the Moultrie Airport, that they're tracking at the Weather Service here. Got to go ahead and take those tornado precautions here as we're looking at things right now. So again, a tornado warning in play until 8:30 here in southwestern to south central Georgia. I'll go ahead and read the information. Cook County, south central Berrien. I see more than one area of rotation. I need to watch that out there. That there northwest of Barney, by the way. If you're anywhere in this box, take shelter because there could be, multiple areas of spin. I'm seeing spin in some other storms as well that aren't in the warning right now that maybe don't quite warning yet. We got to be careful, got to be watchful. So, Cook County, South Central Berrien County, West Central Lanier, Northwestern Lowndes, Northeastern Thomas, Northwestern Brooks, Southern Colquitt counties there until 8:30. At 7:34, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located in a cooler to 7 miles southwest of Moultrie, moving east at 25 miles an hour. And this dangerous storm will be near Moultrie around 7:40 or so. As we're watching the situation, Reed State Park, over toward Cook County Airport, Barney, Berrien County Airport, Barrett, New Lois, Ellington, Massey, Altreville, all under this. So, again, just kind of the storyline right now, as this does evolve. A local tornado warning here. We have a spin out here. Right around, it looks like, on street level 319, US 319. We have some rotation east of Berlin as well, and then we have a little bit more right over Adel. So we have to just be kind of careful here. Honestly, as I'm looking at debris tracker, all three of them have a little bit of something odd with them. It may just be the inflow. It's possible with this setup, but just got to be kind of careful and taking shelter. Anywhere in this red box right now, we have a tornado warning now in effect for part of our area until 8:30 tonight. So again, a nasty situation. This includes I-75, so nobody needs to be driving right now. As we're looking there, just north of Spark to just south of Hayhira there. Nobody needs to be driving on that stretch of I-75. It's just too dangerous here with an impending tornado threat. So nothing's been confirmed in this area yet. Again, I've seen some odd signatures. That looks more like inflow to me over there. That is quite a bit of blue showing up, but again, it looks right now at least more like inflow. Again, we're looking at the Tallahassee radar. Let me switch over to the Moody radar here to kind of give another perspective. On that radar, we don't really see near as much on that, but there is a little bit. Let me back it up. There's just enough to prompt a tornado warning as I kind of loop it. And that's again near the Moultrie Airport. We have a little rotation near Berlin. Not as much showing up on this angle from Adel at this point, that area, but I will have to just continue to track everything minute by minute. I get a tornado warning is in effect. Let me see the whole polygon here. As the situation does evolve, we're just going to kind of track things here the best we can. Again, a tornado warning right now is in play. I'll go ahead and take shelter here. In toward this area. Very important to take those tornado precautions. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Really get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet, something along those lines. So, again, it's very important here to take heed from this potential danger. You don't want to be caught without shelter when there's a tornado warning around. That's for sure. So, I know we're watching the severe thunderstorm warning in that area. We're watching another severe thunderstorm out toward the west here toward I-10. And let me switch over to the other radar in that area. I know the rotation with that a little weaker, but there's still a lot of wind energy. Kind of going in the direction of Chattahoochee there. We'll watch that area carefully. Again, we do have a tornado warning now, though, in play. A tornado warning in play here until about 8:30. The bottom of the next hour at this point is when this is set to expire for many counties. Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, and Thomas. Generally, the accent is moving east at 25 miles an hour. Again, go ahead and take those tornado precautions as we've continued to reiterate here over the last few minutes. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here as we're watching the latest developments. We're watching them on the different platforms: Facebook, KC Cloud, Everybody X Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud KC, YouTube there at Cloud Weather, Cloud Weather on Twitch, and then cloudweather.com has all the different platforms there. Noted, as well as an interactive radar viewpoint available. As we're looking at things with the radar tab, you can, of course, move that around there to kind of see what's going on closer to where your area. But let's go ahead and move back on over here toward the other view. This doesn't show a lot off of this radar in terms of rotation. A little bit there, though, near Moultrie Airport. So still take your tornado precautions. That looks more like inflow there, but still got to be careful there in South Georgia, no doubt, as we're looking at things around Berlin. Watching lesser rotation on this view and same around Adele, but still be taking your tornado precautions. This is what really prompted a warning back out there to the west, so that's we need to take heed from there in South Georgia right now. Again, a tornado warning in effect. Such a weird pattern here for the month of May. We just have to be kind of, on our toes here in this type of setup, in this type of scenario, this type of situation. That's just kind of unfortunately how things can play out sometimes here. As we're watching the latest developments, you just gotta be really careful here. And that's what we want you to be doing here toward areas there like around Berlin and Georgia. Again, take those tornado precautions. So, again, I'm trying to give you the latest here. Tornado warning is in effect. We're on all the different platforms trying to give you the latest with the different developments. Again, that rotation there. Showing on up. I mean, really, we have the warning that was issued back out of the west. But, I mean, there's multiple areas here that cause, us to have concern. Cause us to have concern here. So, again, just trying to give you the very latest. Let me zoom back out. You see our red box here. Go back to shear rate. Not showing up very well in many areas. It's showing the rotation closer to Adele over on this mode, but just everybody in the red box takes shelter here, obviously. That's what you need to do right now. Interior room away from windows. Out here we're watching some rotation just east of Mariana, it would seem. That's just that setup area that I've alluded to. But we have a severe thunderstorm warning that covers that area that includes part of our coverage region. Mariana is getting some strong wind with this. They're getting some strong wind with this. Gust of 40 recently reported there. That's 6 minutes ago, though. In fact, it's up and kind of loaded the frames in. So that's the current. So it's kind of on the edge where we got 40. But it's possible we could even get a higher reading. If not, then maybe just down to the south is a little bit higher in the Mariana. So that's a nasty little signature the way that's setting up. Even if it's not a tornadic signature, it just has a look that it could produce quite a bit of wind problems here for a while. So gotta be really careful. Gotta be really careful. And speaking of for a while, we're getting some new information in right now. So first off, I want to go to energy because we just got a new tornado watch. So we're going to go and see that here in just a moment. But I want to just go over the energy here first. Our storm available energy. You see over 2,000 joules per kilogram, even in North central Florida, north of Lake City at least. So that's something to watch. And speaking of that area, well, we have a new tornado watch now in play. It's just been added here until 1 a.m. So gotta be careful here until 1 a.m. It could be a pretty long night. In toward the weather center, Tallahassee, Perry, Lake City, McClinney, and over toward areas there like Kingsland, all under this here, all under this threat as we're kind of looking at things here of some isolated tornadic activity and close to the watch area again till 1 a.m. now. That's it. Further out to the east, that includes areas like Waycross there and over toward Homerville. So again, just gonna keep looking at things. Just trying to give you every update you need in the book. Very important to do that. Definitely trying to watch the latest developments. Let me go ahead and jump around a little bit with some of the different modes. Again, watching back to the west. Seeing some winds of velocity here. I mean, 60, 70 miles an hour. Pretty close to the surface. This isn't anything like what we had in Tallahassee last Friday, but I mean, these are still winds that look substantial that can cause damage. I know. Let's go back to the east. Again, your tornado warning in play. Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, as well as, I mean, you know, just the Seward counties here, really. Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, and Thomas. So, not all of the, you know, big cities within that are in the tornado warning. I mean, mostly they're not. I mean, we have Berlin and they down here, Ira, but otherwise, that's not really the case here, but just gotta be on guard as the situation does develop. So, again, we have a tornado warning in effect right now. Again, 31-mile-an-hour gust around Moultrie here recently. That's not really high considering what just went across there according to some of our radar indications. So maybe that's a good sign that these aren't producing as much of a problem here down toward the surface. But you just never know in these type of setups. You just have to remain on guard. I mean, I'm looking at power outage numbers in Florida. I mean, you have 600 or so out in Jackson, about 450 out in Holmes, and in Georgia, as we look there, it's only 291 that are out in the whole state, and 15 in Baker County, Georgia. So far, I mean, it could take a little while to get information in, but so far, so good on those numbers. I know in Texas, it's not a story that's so good. It's where they have over 500,000 folks in the dark right now. That's the storyline. And then around the Lone Star State, many of those around Harris County and Houston, I mean, that's where they really got hit hard, right in the Houston downtown even. What a historic event there. As we look back our way, though, I mean, yeah, this pattern, setting that up there, setting it up here. I mean, doesn't mean we're going to get anything like that here or what they had in Tallahassee last Friday, but it's not something we can completely rule out. So we got to be on guard here. I mean, that seems to have been an anomaly, both of those, but you got to still remain on guard. Okay, so again, we're watching things here, tracking them. Again, trying to give you the latest. Again, let's just keep monitoring. Again, I'm hopeful that the worst of this isn't reaching. If we didn't have a tornado warning, I wouldn't stick with it like this, probably based on what I'm seeing. But because we have that red box on the screen, we need to stick with this right now. There's at least a chance of a tornado in here northeast of Coolidge. Let me go to another angle on this. The Tallahassee radar seemingly has been showing this stronger here, but yeah, I think it's, I mean, as I'm looking at the timestamps, I think it's a little bit displaced. That rotation here is from the surface. It's not showing that much of a displacement there, but I mean, that's showing inflow. But that didn't really look like debris to me right now, and the winds aren't getting all that high on the meters. It doesn't mean we're not going to have a tornado touching down. It just means that, to me at least, it doesn't look overwhelming in some of these areas with the reports combined with the radar and the like. But I can always change it right at sunset. Sometimes you have some different things kind of kick on in here in these type of patterns. So I know 7:30 there's been now this report delayed coming on in that there was a funnel cloud be a spot or 5 miles north of Coolidge in Colquitt County. That may be what prompted the tornado warning at 7:34, to be honest. Because it didn't look like, just a huge amount of rotation on the Doppler. But, with a report of a funnel cloud there, thinking they want to err on the side of caution, there's enough rotation. I mean, rotation there in the clouds, trying to get down to the surface. So it's kind of a situation you got to be on guard for here. I know. Let me see real quick. SPC's tornado risk there, but of course now a tornado watch. And as I see these satellite there for a second too, but the tornado watch goes all the way to like Lake City and McClinney and those areas here. I'm trying to just give you the latest here as the situation evolves. Again, let me go ahead and keep looking at things. Just trying to watch everything evolve minute by minute. Again, you see that shear marker there as we get over toward Moultrie in parts of South Georgia and toward Colquitt County. Again, a tornado warning in effect. Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, and Thomas. So I can't lay a guard down here, even though we're not seeing just something overwhelming. There has been a funnel cloud that was reported with us about 20 minutes ago. Now, from this radar 20 minutes ago, it looked pretty similar. So, again, we got to be on guard here. Again, this tornado warning goes for a while. Let me see if there's anything that's a little bit further ahead there, and then further back here too. Because that might indicate debris with a tornado touching down and inflow out ahead. I mean, right at that funnel cloud point. That's interesting, kind of. Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder if that's right where the funnel cloud was, and maybe it touched down just for a second there. Now, that would make sense. I mean, the way that lined up there, it's not a guarantee, but makes me wonder if it touched down just for a brief moment, depending on, the exact co-location and the like here. So, again, I'm just going to watch the scenario. We got a tornado warning remaining in effect here in South Georgia right now until 8:30. Again, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You want to have your shoes on. I know it's a Friday night. You might want to relax, but you want to have your shoes on if you're in the red box, because if there is a tornado that comes through and you have, that glass on the ground there, all broken, you could cut your feet up here. So you got to be really careful. You got to have, a football helmet, bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, something like that ready in case you do have flying debris from a tornadic event as well. Or even as we learned last Friday, I mean, we learned it before, but just as we saw last Friday, even a straight line wind event you saw yesterday in Houston, those both were deadly. So you got to be really careful with those as well. We're not seeing those indications at this point. Can't completely rule it out here, but that's not what exactly we're seeing here at this moment, this point in time. But we're going to just keep watching things. There's that tornado watch now all the way into the early overnight hours here for parts of the covered area, including, all the way down to McClinney. So we'll watch. Not stark, though, right now. I know some folks may be having those, post-graduation plans and the like. And, well, right now, things, as we're looking here, in the short term look good. Long term, there's a tornado watch not too far away, so we'll have to watch. But for graduation itself, things are looking good. Again, just trying to give you the very latest here. We're just trying to watch the situation as it does progress. Again, just watching here, we're tracking. Again, definitely watching all the different developments. We had that daytime heating come in play, and then you had some shear, and that can be a recipe for some problems. I know, Tammy driving through this on I-10, I guess for that west in the Panhandle, just stay safe out there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. Just trying to give you the updates here as they evolve. Let me go ahead and see here where we're at with some things. Again, nothing real conclusive with our storm activity in terms of like tornadoes touching down in our area here. Doesn't mean that they're not, though. So we got to be careful. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning down at 9:30 for parts of Berrien, Brooks, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes. Okay, tornado possible tag with that one. So we're going to watch that. Not a tornado warning right now, but there is some rotation. So Lakeland, Valdosta, Hahira, Ray City, I-75 and exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Bremerton, Meigs, Morven, Barwick, Cecil, Barrett, New Lois, Hansel, Allenville, over to Ward. It looks like the Weber area, Teeterville, Naylor Courthouse, and Greenwood under that. So definitely watching that situation as it does progress. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning in the yellow box there. So that's something to kind of just to bear in mind here as the minutes do tick by. So again, it's kind of looking here as everything does evolve. Okay, another new warning now. This is further out west. New severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Holmes, Jackson, Walton, and Washington to 8 o'clock Central Time. As we're watching some of that activity out there, and some of it's moving pretty slow, which could lead to some flash flooding concerns. That's something to keep an eye on here for sure, as everything does develop. And, you know, in some cases, just stay in one spot. Again, watching things here, tracking things here minute by minute. Again, we have the red box, the tornado warning there. The tornado warning there in South Georgia. Berry and Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, over toward Lanier, Lowndes, and Thomas. Always important just to keep an eye on something like that. Let me go ahead here. I'm just going to keep looking, keep tracking, keep watching the developments. It's a one-man band, of course, but it's just about giving you the very latest here. Just to make sure you guys have an idea of exactly what is happening closer in toward your communities here. Definitely important. I know, just kind of looking over everything here in toward the Weather Center. I get a lot going on, of course, as we're nearing the top of the hour. Still in alert mode here, having to stay in alert mode here, unfortunately, because of all the active weather. Hopefully we can go back to a blue logo here at some point or another, even going to be national severe weather concern as we're looking ahead in the timeline. This is kind of, it's been a tricky pattern here lately. Locally, I mean, we didn't do a formal update last night. We gave you an update earlier in the week on everything, but I mean, as we look, I know, so tomorrow we're going to have more of a threat of some severe weather around. So stay tuned for the latest. Probably focusing still closer toward Tallahassee and South Georgia, but definitely a threat further down. And then on Sunday, not so much a local severe threat, move that out toward the Midwest. And then on Monday and Tuesday, kind of the same storyline. So we'll watch all of that here. But locally, I mean, as we kind of watch things here, I mean, the rain chances, you know, the word like stark or high is probably on that Sunday here. But then as we get toward Monday, chances still around, but Tuesday they start dropping. Wednesday, I mean, we start seeing more of that drop here, more pronounced. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking things. So we'll just kind of keep looking here as the timeline goes on, and you know, we're not too far away from Memorial Day even, so just continuing to give you the latest. It is 8 o'clock now. I'm just trying to see all the different developments on things. Always important. I'm going to go ahead and check rotation again. Let's go back to our other mode. I'm getting some heavy rain. You're getting heavy rain right now in Adel in Cook County. Not seeing a bunch of rotation right around town at the moment. I mean, you're still under the tornado warnings, so still take precautions, but not seeing a whole bunch of rotation there. As you get further back, honestly, on this radar view anyway, it's not overwhelming, which is good. You don't want to see overwhelming like what we had with rotation and debris and just wind over Tallahassee a week ago. On this mode, there is a little bit more rotation. Not quite honestly. The Tallahassee radar, it's a different angle. I mean, in theory, you'd think you'd see it more on both radars if it was something really substantial, but it didn't mean we couldn't have a weak tornado in here. So, northwest of Berlin, there's some spin, and there's something a little bit interesting on the debris tractor, to be quite honest. You know, it's kind of, I mean, now that there didn't necessarily look like it was adding up, but a little something northwest of Berlin. And then you have some stuff southeast here of Nashville that looks more broad in nature, but there's still something there as well. This is what kind of prompted a warning. That is the rotation. It looks like they had a funnel cloud with it earlier, as you could kind of watch it come into view. And then we're going to watch things progress. I'll go ahead and zoom back out. You can see some stuff coming in from the northwest. Some wind energy there around Chattahoochee. This is about 4,000, 5,000 feet right in there. That's closer to 7,000 feet over to the east. Yeah, this is closer now for sure, but the angle's a little bit off in some ways. Not exactly, but I mean, honestly, in a way, I kind of just think that, you know, I mean, you're never going to have something just perfect on the radar view, the angles, but I mean, really, this probably is giving us a better view, and that would mean a little bit weaker in terms of the tornado threat. But the other angle kind of had a little weak debris signature, so you never know. You just never know. Let me check debris on this because it would have to show up on here on the closer radar. Luckily, we're back to having, you know, more than just one NextRad type of view of things. We were kind of down some for a while, and you're not seeing that there that I can tell. Let me just, I mean, I'm still going radar indicated on this. You got the inflow, but it doesn't really look like it's adding up there. I mean, that one view though, right there at 757, kind of looked like something. To be honest, it kind of showed on the other radar too. So that one view at 3,000 feet showed something. Let me keep this up, okay? And then let me go ahead and go to the other view. So as we're watching things, some more different areas. I mean, kind of at the same time frame, a little bit more. It's not something really conclusive, and they're not going confirmed on this because you can't really tell for sure, but interesting. So, okay, so the update on the tornado warning in Thomas County, the sliver of Thomas that was included in this, it's been canceled out for you guys over there, but parts, not all, but parts of Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Lowndes under the tornado warning. This is in the red polygon here. That's till 8:30. At 8:02, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located there. It's like about 9 miles northeast of Pavo there, 9 miles southeast of Moultrie, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So, again, watching the situation progress on us here. Watching everything evolve minute by minute still. This is very important to do that. And the Tallahassee radar here kind of, you know, you never know. It's a weird angle. Don't want to completely rule out that there isn't, you know, let's say there isn't tornado activity there. When there is, I mean, that one view on the Moody was interesting to me. Let me go up a little higher on the tilt. almost think there might have been something there west of Berlin, but it's hard to say for sure. They're not confirming it. I can't really confirm it myself. It's just not conclusive, but it's a possibility that was and is the case there. There has been a tornado touchdown west of Berlin there in south central Georgia. So again, just continuing to watch. I mean, it could have just been inflow there. But again, take your tornado precautions here in South Georgia. I'm going to go ahead and go to a broad view. Okay, so you see the tornado watch boxes. We have 2 of them now, 1 to 11 around Albany, around areas like Thomasville. It looks like we have a confirmed tornado now. Okay, and that's that purple box. But then as we're looking there, we have the other tornado watch until 1 a.m. So got to be on guard. Okay, they're now saying this is a tornado on the ground here at 8:05. Tornado located 10 miles northeast of Pavo there. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, I apologize. But 10 miles southeast of Moultrie. Moving east at 25 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and go back in there. Yeah, I think they were just seeing more what we were seeing. Because I don't see the debris signature as much at the moment. I think they just kind of saw what I saw. Let me see if there's been a spotter. Okay, law enforcement confirmed this. Okay. This is not a radar debris one like we normally get around here. This is actually saw there, visually. It was seen by law enforcement. So that's kind of the storyline right now. So tornado on the ground 10 miles southeast of Moultrie. According to law enforcement has seen this tornado. So we got to get folks in shelter here. This is in southeastern parts of Colquitt County. A tornado is on the ground as of at least a few minutes ago. To repeat, a tornado at least as of a few minutes ago is on the ground in Colquitt County. Again, take shelter right now. Don't want to mess around in these type of situations. Again, this is now a confirmed, not radar confirmed, but actually law enforcement has seen the tornado. So go ahead and take those tornado precautions if you haven't already. I'm going to put up our information again. Seek shelter into that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that. So again, just watching the situation evolve. Again, minute by minute here. It's definitely a developing scenario. That's kind of where we're at. You have to watch things in real time. So again, a tornado warning is in effect. The observed tornado here in South Georgia, close to Berlin. Again, we're live with you, staying with you right now. This is west of I-75. And I didn't look really tight on here, but we have had a visual confirmation. I mean, I saw the debris signature, or at least what I thought may have been one. It was inconclusive to me and to the Weather Service, but then a report coming in of it actually being seen by law enforcement says that probably was debris in there, at least for a moment, right around 7:57, right in there. It looks like a pretty rural area. Doesn't mean that there might not have been something hit, though, in terms of, a home or something like that. But hopefully with just more trees in a rural forested type area, that'd be what we would want to hear. So again, tornado warning in effect. It's been a busy stretch here of this active weather. Again, Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, as well as Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes, until 8:30, a damaging tornado. That's where we're at right now, tracking this. Watching the situation minute by minute. Definitely important to do that. So again, this tornado warning is in effect. Right now, the latest scan, not necessarily showing debris. It wasn't really necessarily as conclusive there. So I'm hoping that report was from a few minutes ago, and by now it's lifted. Because these situations can happen so fast. By the time law enforcement can report in about seeing something like that, it could already be over. I mean, anybody reporting in about any, type of weather situation, it can change in an instant, really. So I'm hoping it weakened and we're not actually getting that to touch the ground now, the tornado. But the news of a thunderstorm warning now in play. Let me go ahead and switch on over. Okay, we're getting reports of a severe thunderstorm warning now from the Weather Service in Jacksonville for areas of Atkins and Clinton Coffee counties until 9 o'clock. So that's where we're at right now. Okay, north of Homerville and south of Douglas. We'll have to see how things evolve further west to see if a tornado warning might be needed further east. It's a possibility. We'll just have to kind of wait and see, take that wait and see approach here with this development. So again, checking stuff off camera here. Another source, Roy. Definitely ever evolving. Again, tornado on the ground. There's a little bit ago from law enforcement information there in the Colquitt County. So take the situation seriously. Again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something along those lines. Very important. Again, still trying to give you the latest. Let me go ahead here. We're going to punch up our other view. Our rotation out west looks a little weaker. Toward the east now looks a little tighter around Ray City. That's on the Tallahassee radar view though. Let me go to the Moody because we're getting different views on this. On that it doesn't look like much actually. A little bit of weak rotation. And this one, it doesn't look like much either. But again, you never know. As we've seen, we had a debris signature. And we had a report there of law enforcement actually seeing a tornado. So you gotta err on the side of caution with these type of scenarios. So. Okay, it's 8:13 right now. I'm gonna just take a couple-minute break. We're not gonna take much of one. Okay, actually, I don't think we're gonna take one. We're just gonna do local tornado warning. So let's stick with it here. This is now for a different area, Gadsden, Jackson, and Liberty counties. So we gotta go over this now. At 8:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Chattahoochee, or 16 miles northeast of Blountstown, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So. Here we go. I'd award parts of the Florida counties now. A tornado warning is in effect for you guys in our local area. I know it looks like quite a bit of inflow on this, and gotta be careful on Tallahassee. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now, if you're on Tallahassee, you need to watch the storm because of what we saw last week. It's already a more vulnerable spot to be in there around Tallahassee, and this is it, right in your direction, southeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, I don't like what I'm seeing here on this at the moment because I mean it gives me flashbacks here from what I was looking in Gadsden County last Friday morning. Honestly, this looks a little more impressive maybe at this stage than what the storm action was at this stage in the geography in Gadsden County when we were getting tornado warning action to start getting going. So. We gotta be careful here. I don't like what I'm seeing. It could just be the way the radar is hitting things. I mean, I kind of doubt we'll get a repeat just because, the odds of that are low in the mathematics of things. But still, I mean, you could even 60 to 70 on the surface could still cause pretty big problems with a lot of blue tarps on roofs and the like. So this is heading in the direction of Tallahassee, and we have those sporting events out there. So they might not be going too much longer. Just moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Headed toward Leon County ultimately here. But right now this is a tornado warning for parts of Gadsden and Liberty. Western Gadsden, North Central Liberty. At 8:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was close to, but not right over Chattahoochee. Or 16 miles northeast of Blountstown, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. We have Greensboro in this tornado warning. Around 8:25 is when you guys could be impacted. Hardaway, Gretna, Juniper, Sycamore, Mount Pleasant, Sneed, Hardin Heights area, I beg your pardon, Rosedale, Sawdust, and Roy under this. So again, right near the Interstate 10 area here in parts of Gadsden County. Again, watching the developments here. I know, looks like sirens going off according to Dawn right now at 8 out. So just gotta keep watching things here on this Friday night, this May 17th, 2024. So now watching the overall evolution of things here in the Weather Center. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. And we have multiple tornado warnings on the board right now. So let's go ahead and make sure we're taking tornado precautions. And let me go ahead and go back to the other area of spin here that we're tracking. The other tornado warning. Let me just see the box right now. This source. Again, tornado warning for parts of Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, as well as Cook there, Lanier, and Lowndes until 8:30. There's a law enforcement confirmed tornado around 8:05 at least, around 10 miles northeast here of Pavo, or 10 miles southeast of Moultrie, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So we gotta be taking heed of this as we go between multiple local tornado warnings in the Tallahassee/Albany television region right now. As again, this is developing here moment by moment. Again, multiple tornado warnings on the board, including one that was confirmed. The one we're looking at up here was confirmed. We had a funnel cloud, and then we had law enforcement confirm a tornado back. Just a few minutes apart from when we saw a debris signature on the Doppler radar. So that kind of gives you concern there as things are ongoing, as we are looking at the situation here, as we're just giving you all these updates here to keep you safe. So again, let me just keep looking at things. I'm checking some camera views right now if you're wondering what I'm trying to do behind the scenes. See if I can catch anything here. These deteriorating conditions. Not really seeing a lot on the few views I'm pulling up here. I know. Again, up here there was a confirmed tornado by law enforcement in Georgia, as I was alluding to, but then in Florida, nothing confirmed as of this moment. Doesn't mean it won't be though. Again, multiple tornado warnings on the board. A flood advisory now for parts of the area: Gadsden, Liberty, Decatur, Seminole counties here. That's till 11:15 Eastern time. There's a tornado warning right here west of Quincy. Take your tornado precautions. You can see some green and red there. I know that's in kind of an odd spot. It may be more back in here where the worst of this is, but I feel like quite a bit of wind with this. Could be headed toward Tallahassee nonetheless. That's why I was giving you guys that early heads up there toward Leon County. So again, just watching things here. Just watching the overall situation. Definitely developing one. Gone between all the sources here. Again, minute by minute. I know, just everything evolving here. A lot of lightning, of course. So you gotta be careful in that regard. I know FSU softball just trying to squeeze their Tallahassee regional game in. They're in the 7th inning right now, and one strike away from winning 3-2 over Tennessee Chattanooga. So hopefully they can get that job done there, as we're kind of looking at things, and it just finished up. So they got lucky, because if they would have had that game go too much longer or goes into extra innings, and there might be something that's pushed until late in the night or tomorrow. So some interesting meteorological, perspective there on potential ramifications. So just getting that one in there in Leon County with a 3-2 win. And they're in the winner's bracket. FSU, my Seminoles there. But as we go ahead and look here, we don't see a debris signature. It looks more like inflow. Again, we're just kind of checking things here. That doesn't look like debris. I know you see the blue and you might get concerned, but that's not exactly the right place right now. I will say there's almost a little bit of, maybe a little something back in there, that little green area. I mean, sometimes you have blue and that's a problem, of course. Sometimes it's about areas, just on the radar site there. You have to co-locate things. Okay, the tornado warning in Georgia. As of now, they're going to let that go here at 8:30. So that's why the box went away. They're saying they're expiring it, but technically it still goes for another 9 minutes, even though the box isn't on the screen. I know it's a little weird with that, but we don't see as much on the Moody radar with rotation right now, but still some strong winds possible in the area. Now, the area we've been watching there is there in southwestern Cook County now, the one that we've been focusing on the most, and that will cross I-75 here within the next, 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit quicker than that even. We don't see debris with that right now, so that's good. Technically, the tornado warning still is in play, even though it gets expired. I know it kind of gets wonky in that way, but then they're not as concerned about it, but they would reissue if they were really, thinking that they'd have to issue, concern further on out. So right now they're saying they're not going to reissue, and they're pretty confident in that. They would keep it right up to the expiration time. They're a little less confident, but still got to be careful. Still some wind energy up here. Got some wind energy here too. It looks like southeast of Nashville, northwest of Lakeland. And then you have Gadsden, you have Jackson, just outside of the area of Jackson County, and then Liberty under a tornado warning. That's headed more toward Tallahassee, over the next little bit. So we got to be careful in that regard. Got to be tracking all that. Again, tracking the latest here. Let me go back on debris tracker. I don't know, that one scan was kind of interesting. Let me go to the north here on the other. Let me see how this is setting up. Hard to say. I don't necessarily think that's the debris signature. Could just be the inflow. I mean, the one way back in there is interesting, right near the interstate, because maybe that's just hail, possibly. Let me back this up 2 minutes. Almost look like there could be something in there, though, right at this point, but I don't know. That could just be a lot of wind there, too, with that. So, again, tornado warning for parts of Gadsden and Liberty here in our area at 8:45 Eastern. It's toward Jackson County, 7:45 Central, but they're going to be dropping forward at a timeline there, really kind of, gets here. So, again, trying to give you the latest. Trying to give you the latest updates. Minute by minute. Definitely important. Again, watching the scenario here. Looking like more wind further back. I think that's why they reissued this one back out here. Let me go ahead and take our tornado precautions up this side and kind of clean things up. We'll zoom back in here. It looks like wind west of Mariana. I know that's out of our area, but definitely kind of interesting to see that. Okay, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. This gets probably more into Tallahassee, I would think. No, actually, it still stays further west here. This is some slow-moving activity in general. I'm honestly surprised they didn't draw that further down there for it to go all the way up to 945. And they're saying only southeast at 20 miles an hour now, so they may end up getting a flash flood warning with that movement like that. I mean, that's asking for a flash flood warning, to be quite honest, with the way this is training and moving that slow. I know we had that flash flood emergency going back there in April for folks, so that's something to keep in mind too. And it's a good thing FSU baseball trying to get everything on in. We'll see if they do, but they might be able to here with their game against Georgia Tech. I know they were down in that one. Last check was tied now in the bottom of the 7th inning. So again, that goes 9 innings though, if they don't have extra innings, and that'd be the end of the series there. The Seminoles won the first 2, but severe thunderstorm warning now for Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, Decatur, Grady into 945. Quincy, Havana, Midway, Greensboro, Chattahoochee, Gretna, Bristol, Attapulgis, Fremont, as well as Rock Bluff, Littman, Juniper, Douglas City, Darcy, Florence, Hosford, Scotland, Rosedale, Jamison, and Recovery there, all under that. So again, just gonna continue to watch things here. Gonna continue to track. Trying to give you the latest here. Trying to give you the latest information. I'm trying to give you everything you need here to protect your friends, your family. You see Tallahassee there under this, you know, maybe in terms of the overall path, potentially later on, but right now not actually in, you know, toward Tallahassee proper with the warning. Maybe we'll get lucky and things a weekend, but and you would think they would to some extent, but could have a flash flooding situation eventually too. The way this is trending, look at some of these amounts on estimates further back, and we do have flash flooding potential and concern in Alabama outside of our covered area with all those polygons there. I'll go ahead and say that. Let's go over the last 12 hours. I mean, I see 3-4 inches there in south central Alabama, and that could be even underdoing it a bit. I mean, some of those areas are starting to clear out, but again, we're still watching the tornado warning out here toward I-10. Again, watching the latest developments. Watching the rotation track over the last little bit. That's taking the last hour. Our sear rate product. I know right now they didn't look quite as intense there, but you still got to just take precaution. It'd be nice if this would weaken on us like it could be doing. We, you know, could catch a break here in Tallahassee. I mean, you know, that's what you want here at this point. You want to catch a break. So you see how that lightning? I mean, you always want to, but after what happened last Friday is what I'm talking about. You know, you don't want another storm coming through there, you know, anywhere near as intense as we had. Again, just giving you the latest here with the Doppler scans. Let's go back to Georgia here. Because technically the tornado warning, you know, even though it hadn't been on the map, technically it's still in play here until, you know, I need to look at the clock here. I mean, well, for another 30 seconds, theoretically. But it's really weak rotation we're tracking here. West to state rate 76, moving toward I-75. Again, trying to give you the latest here. Some different comments here, trying to go through them. So right now, Hihira, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm a little surprised that they're not. Looks like they've gone ahead. They might need to go ahead and reissue a severe thunderstorm warning further back here because, I mean, with that weak rotation there, because honestly now, even though you have a spin kind of weak, it's really weak, but They're not even under a warning now in Adele, so that's a little bit confusing. These storms are kind of weird in their movement here. I mean, you see some wind energy northeast of Ray City. I know, hey, Hyro, we had a question about you guys. Well, right now, some of this is kind of heading your direction, but as we look, it's not overwhelming, but still be inside and away from windows there on Hyro. Say Raydale, I mean, you have the lightning around, you know, even without a warning or anything. You still got to remember whenever thunder roars, go indoors. And then as we look here, again, kind of watching a rest area there on I-10 near Quincy. Another few minutes to go that question. Let me look down here again. Well, around Quincy, it's going to get nasty there in a few minutes. I mean, you're technically, I mean, I'll have to look for the rest areas exactly. I might be able to see it from in here. I mean, I would think it may just be, just kind of thinking about where it is actually. I think it's just outside of tornado warning right now. But, you know, severe thunderstorm warning in place. It's still going to be pretty nasty, and you got to be careful. Watch out for lightning. You want to be inside and away from windows whenever thunder roars. Go indoors at least. I mean, at the minimum there. So that's something you got to be careful about there. I mean, you know, that it's always tricky when you're traveling and you have bad weather. And I mean, if you had a tornado warning, then you'd have to kind of take your tornado precautions there in the rest area. But it's something where you just got to really exercise caution with the lightning right now. Just, you know, don't want to be outside in that lightning, that's for sure. And I wouldn't want to be part near a tree either. That would kind of be my, you know, 2 tips there. If you don't have to have a tornado warning there, then you don't necessarily have to take, like, you know, precautions in the, you know, interior room, like a bathroom there, a rest area. But you would want to be away from a tree if you're just parking there for a while, if you don't want to, you know, if you're not, you know, in a spot where you can, like, get out ahead of it, depending on where you're going or whatever. You just want to kind of be parked away from a tree. You know, you have that lightning, you know, and you don't want to be outside with that, or the rain coming down at sunset too. So again, just trying to give you the latest. Again, yeah, okay, driving east, so yeah, I mean, these are moving slow enough, actually. You'll probably be able to kind of beat them. It's not always the case like that. A lot of times you can't really outrun them, but boy, these are moving pretty slow. I mean, you probably can kind of, especially on the interstate, you'll probably, you know, be kind of getting out ahead of them pretty good. So that's good. But as we kind of look at things, and a flash flood warning further off there towards Geneva and Houston and Alabama now. And Holmes and Jackson and Washington and the Florida Panhandle. So definitely a heavy rain adding on up as we watch things. Again, and you know, active pattern here for sure. As I continue to watch things, continue to track. Again, right now, watching that wind energy here in Gadsden. If this stays the way it's looking here on radar, it'll probably, you know, keep a severe thunderstorm warning in play. But not a tornado warning, because there's not a lot of rotation on this at this point. Let me go to our other radar views on this though to make sure. It was looking more, you know, dangerous earlier on. I mean, what happened last week. I mean, they were on the side of Carson, of course, at the Weather Service in Tallahassee. I mean, they did a great job, but it's just, we still, you know, still want to be able to give folks as much warning as possible, especially after all the damage and the like there. I mean, this radar way high, you kind of see more rotation, but this is probably the best perspective. I'll go up a little on the tilt. I mean, even there, I mean, certainly don't see a whole bunch. Heavy rain in there though, so just keep that in mind. Just be very mindful of that. You know, the torrential downpour. But as I was mentioning a moment ago, this stuff isn't moving too fast. The southeast at 20. on the movement. Southeast at 30 for the tornado warning, but 20, 30 miles an hour. I mean, going west to east on the interstate. You run into a few of these little scattered areas here, but it's not going to be anything too crazy. I mean, there's hardly no wind in that there as I look. I mean, that's on winds maybe gusting to 15, 20 miles an hour, maybe, probably not even. So that's not too big of a deal compared to what we have back out here, which would be, rain for a while. So I laid a scan there as I watch again, watching some wind in there for sure, but not overwhelming. Let's go back to Georgia again. I know that little spin kind of passed on the south side of Adel, but no warning there now. So that's good. Then north of Hahira. Well, you're kind of on the, southern fringe of this right now. Lakeland, Georgia, there's some wind energy in the vicinity, but honestly, look like more of it kind of maybe pushed out here a little. Maybe more into the Jacksonville Weather Service area. Where did that severe thunderstorm warning for ports of Atkins and Clinton Coffee. So just continuing to watch here. I think, last week we had a storm in this area, pretty similar area that didn't look all that impressive. And we, we're kind of wondering, well, and then he keeps the warning. And then all of a sudden, things just absolutely escalated like I've never seen escalate around here. Just a historic event for Tallahassee. So that was last Friday morning. So we got to be careful. Right now it looks more disorganized than it did at this point. Earlier on it actually looked more organized where it was compared to last week at that point. But now it looks like it's not as organized. Again, you don't get that to happen like what happened last Friday very often, but you had a repeat pretty much toward Houston last night. Kind of a bizarre setup there where it wasn't really expected to, just completely really, overwhelm in terms of that power outage threat. But again, let's go ahead and keep looking. I mean, it was just really strong wind coming down to the surface with the embedded tornadoes in both cases. So, really odd to get as high as the wind, though, in the broadest area, 2 times like that. It's just the pattern we're in is kind of, helping that happen. This is not a normal pattern for mid-May. All these tornado warnings. We don't get this, day after day, almost like this. So, again, looking, on I-10 there, that's where we're kind of watching this weak spin east of Greensboro. But it's not, crazy, but we already kind of saw some of that in Georgia and did get a quick touchdown, it seems, based on the debris detection and law enforcement information. So, again, just trying to give you the latest here. Just kind of looking at more comments. Okay. Concern from Tammy about the lightning. Yeah, there is some lightning out ahead of the storm axis here. I just kind of have to be, just kind of careful. I mean, you're driving, so in most cases you'll be okay. In most of those cases you'll be okay just as you kind of get out ahead of this here as you're going quite a bit faster than this line of activity. By the way, the tornado warning is set now to expire at 8:45. They're not planning on extending it right now. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee. It's the box is off the screen, but it still goes technically for another 6 minutes. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. That's good news. That's good. Again, just continuing to watch. Of course, there's always the remote chance there with lightning and with trees. One of those gets struck, but most of those cases they'll just safely fall out there, in a wooded area there if it's near the interstate out in that region, for instance. New flash flood warning as we're looking towards south central Georgia now. We're talking about the flooding potential, so this does include now part of our area. You just want to move to higher ground, turn around. Excuse me. Turn around there, don't drown. as we're tracking things. I remember the 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. So it's a flash flood warning there. Southern Berrien, North Central Brooks, Southeastern Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, Northwestern Lowndes until 12:30 a.m. And this may become our biggest threat to the evening if we keep getting the heavy rain and less wind energy. Not a guarantee, but it's a possibility. So keep that in mind as we're looking at things. Okay, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 are possible in the warned area, and flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. You have areas like Nashville, Georgia, Adel, Lakeland, Hahira, Sparks, Ray City, Moody Air Force Base, Meigs, Berlin, Cecil, Ellington, New Lois, Cottle, Allenville, Massey, Berrien County Airport, I-75 and Exit 29, Cook County Airport, Barrett, and Teeterville here with that. And we have some river flooding as well. That could become a bigger issue with all this rain as we're looking in some of these spots. We take off our flash flood warning information. Technically, tornado warning, even though it's not on the board now, it's still in effect for another 3 to 4 minutes. Got the severe thunderstorm warning updated further back. Could have hail to an inch, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible out there. It would look like, okay. Weak rotation, I think it's this area out here. It's kind of interesting how you kind of break and then have the other polygon further up. That's just kind of how it's going at this moment. We're watching some rotation there, but it's not overwhelming. We still got to watch coming toward Tallahassee. You know, things can kind of be sneaky. They were last Friday to some degree. Still go pretty quick from no rain to heavy rain. So just that can indicate heavier wind activity as well. So don't want to get caught off guard. Again, let me go ahead and zoom back out. Okay, we just got a new warning now for severe thunderstorm warning, Seminole County, Georgia, and then Calhoun and Jackson further on out until 9:30 Eastern. It's 8:30 Central for those in the Central Time Zone that are, you know, if you're in the Central Time Zone, you're not in a covered area here, but got some connecting warning activity now. Of course, if there's something that's a real big deal, we'll break in for other areas outside of our region, but that's kind of the delineation there. Is I'll real quick go ahead and say the coverage map. So again, new warning now, South Central Seminole County. So there's around Faceville in Georgia under this. So, oh, excuse me, that's the wrong polygon. Okay, this one here, actually not Sandy City's really so up in that polygon, but this other warning does include part of Seminole as well. So, you're talking about Faceville there. We were kind of looking. And that's actually in Decatur County. So, that's kind of a storyline there. Again, trying to give you the very latest here on all the different platforms. Facebook, Casey Cloud Every X Cloud Weather, Twitter /Exit Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch there Cloud Weather, and Clouder.com. So that tornado warning going away here at 8:45 officially. We're going to take a break, and unless something really ramps up on us, we'll be back here at 9 o'clock, the top of the hour, with the very latest here on exactly what's going on. We'll leave the radar running, of course. You see our tornado watch boxes. We have really a situation. There's a little bit of the first one, but you see Albany's been taken away now out of the box. That's good news. A little bit more stable up there, a little bit cooler up there. Camilla's out of it. Tipton, you're not under tornado watch now, so that's some good news. But you see areas for the south, we still got to watch. It's still pretty unstable, so we'll be here tracking it all for you. I'll be back at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock, unless we get another local tornado warning. I need to jump back in sooner. So that tornado warning, as of right now, no longer in effect there in toward our area there around Gadsden County and Liberty County. But if things change and we get another one of those red boxes or a purple box, which will be a confirmed tornado situation, we're jumping back in here immediately.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock as we're tracking things here on our Friday evening with the severe weather situation. We have severe thunderstorm warning still in a good number of areas here, and then the newest one coming out until 10:15 for the Tallahassee Metro. Now that FSU baseball game now in a weather delay as we're seeing some of these lightning strikes pop up closer in there. I know the rain's still a little ways away, but gotta be really careful whenever that thunder roars. You gotta go indoors. You get into that lightning, they're pretty close to the stadium, and softball they want to get their game in, but baseball not able to get their second game in out of that double header, but just get through areas of that into toward the seventh inning. But again, just continuing to watch. You see around Quincy there, looking there in that area in Gadsden County, some pretty nasty winds and 40, 50 on radar. Not an overwhelming signature like what we had last Friday morning. So as of now, and it could change, as of now we're not seeing anything close to what we saw last Friday morning. It could still increase in intensity some. Could still be more concerned at points. That was a pretty rare instance event last week. But still, even this could cause some issues here because it would kind of add on to the impact, even if it's quite a bit less in intensity. Let's go to South Central Georgia right now. There's around about DOS thunder, severe thunderstorm warning. And looking there, it looks like Brooks was canceled out, but we have parts of Cook, Berry, and Lanier and Lowndes under this until about 9:30 or so. I know area of Seminole County just canceled out of a warning as well. So we're still watching some flash flooding potential all around too. You see that green box to the north. That's in South Central Georgia areas of Berrien, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes all the way to 12:30. May get one of those out here in the Big Bend. It seems like the rain's kind of back behind weekend some, but still got to be careful here in this type of situation. Heavy downpours for sure around Quincy there in Gadsden County. So watching the wind there. I mean, it could still kind of pick back up. It could be underdoing it later a little bit. So just prepare for the potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts still around Leon County, northwestern Jefferson, and southeastern Gadsden counties. That's through there about 10:15. Moving east at 25. So I know kind of was wondering about Cullah County. They may get a little bit luckier down there. Not a guarantee. There's a tornado watch in play as we're looking down there in McCullough, but looking a little bit better right now for them. But you can see again watching 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, potential quarter-size hail toward Tallahassee, toward Woodville, Florida State University, Midway, Tallahassee Community College, Florida A&M, where they got an 84-mile-an-hour gust recorded last week on the WeatherStem site. Of course, Doak Campbell Stadium at FSU there. Of course, you have Bragg Memorial Stadium there at FAMU. Lake Bradford or the Gaither Community Center. You have Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Miccosukee, South City, 8 Mile Pond, Griffin Heights, Tallahassee Airport, the Governor's Square Mall, Midtown, Appalachia Ridge Estates, and over toward, looks like Levy Park or Levy Park, depending on how they pronounce it over there. I know, of course, we pronounce that as Levy County for that spelling toward our Cedar Key region. But again, not talking about them right now, just with some names and pronunciations and the like. But I did have a warning this morning down there. It's a bit thunderstorm warning now. But and we're going to watch for weak rotation with this as well. If we get a tornado warning on this, we'll break back in here at once. Obviously, here we have a little bit of weak rotation back in here around US 90 as well. Definitely watching that. We have areas in South Central Georgia. I'm seeing some of that wind enhancement in there. So if we have something more concerning, we'll pop back on. So things look a little bit better right now, with the exception of, Tallahassee under a warning, but Austin under a warning for the severe thunderstorm activity. We'll have to watch flooding potential, of course. But right now, not as nasty looking with the tornado warning. So we'll be back here at 9:30 with more information, unless we get a tornado warning for part of the area or something. Roy ramps up on us. But severe thunderstorm warning, including Tallahassee at 10:15 now. That's kind of the big headline at this point. FSU baseball is in a weather delay because of this activity. So That's kind of what they're doing with in that area as well, and we'll see here in a little bit.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the bottom of the hour. It's 9:30. Tracking tornado watch here in play for the region as we're looking ahead in the timeline, but also severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings. So busy night. At least we won't have any active tornado warnings right now. That's the good news as we're kind of looking at things at this point, but again, things can change here. So just watching the overall evolution of things in toward the weather center. Let me go ahead and pull up our look here at our other computer source. Just trying to give you the latest here on exactly what is happening toward Tallahassee. You see this line of storm activity there, and that's near Interstate 10. Around Midway and moving more into toward Leon County right now is some of the strongest wind potential. It doesn't look overwhelming like we had last Friday, but it could still be dangerous in spots here, especially with, what happened last week. There's still some areas that haven't completely recovered from the storm accident here, haven't been completely repaired. So that can cause issues. You have blue tarps maybe. This could cause issues. So you got to keep that in mind here as we're looking at the full picture. So again, just trying to let you know here exactly what's happening, as I know the timeline does continue to evolve on us. And you can see here right around US 27, there's some wind enhancement in there as well. So right in here, and then right in here around Midway and I-10, we have some wind enhancement that kind of stands on out a little bit. So again, I'm just trying to give you the very latest here on the developments. And I'm going to go ahead and zoom on out just a little bit. And you can see here that flash flood warning also in play as we look toward parts of Gadsden and Decatur County. There's another one further back here as we look part of Panhandle in Alabama. But this one here, parts of our covered area, at 9:14, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall across the warned area. Between 2 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible here. So just got to keep that in mind as we're looking at things, as we're watching the developments here on this Friday evening. So again, just kind of tracking everything here. Let me go ahead and kind of show you right now some more information as we get further up towards South Central and Southeast Georgia. We have some other alerts on the board as well. So let's go ahead and kind of go over those. You see green box, that's toward Adele. That's a flash flood warning in play. Some of the heaviest rain leaving that box, especially as we look toward Adele. So that's good news. I mean, it's kind of similar to the one to the south. As we're kind of looking, you see this one and you see this one down here, and a lot of the heaviest rain has left that. But we have that in play, that flash flood warning, and that goes until it looks like about, as I look through things, 12:30, and then we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here, Atkinson, Ware, and Clinton. And at 9:45, a severe thunderstorm moving east at 25 miles an hour, so closer toward Homerville. Over the next little bit, again, stuff's moving kind of slow. That might help this stuff weaken some more as we're looking here. The velocities haven't been all that impressive lately. This one here is on a little weak rotation. It was kind of by itself. So Jacksonville did a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It's still showing a little bit of weak rotation. Let me go to the Jacksonville radar angle on this here to get the latest scan. There's a little bit more on that view. It's not overwhelming. They're not enough for a tornado warning, but it is there, so we'll watch it. It's kind of moving toward the Okefenokee swamp there, to be kind of honest, as we're looking, as we're tracking things there with the latest developments. You see Folkestone there, for instance. Going to be watching toward that area just to kind of see how things that kind of develop on us here. Right as the overall situation does continue. So that's something there to kind of track as we have these warnings on the board. Let's go back to the broad view so we're able to get the best radar view kind of combined. And you also see temperatures here on this map. It shows this does 80 degrees toward Tallahassee. quite a bit of lighting around too, just even out ahead of the storm acts and the rain. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Very important. I know as you're looking at things there, but you can see the heavy rain. It's not extended as far back with the heaviest rain as it was earlier on. Really heavy, pretty stiff. But we'll track it. It looks like got all the storms that had the most lightning with it headed right into toward Tallahassee. So, I mean, FSU, FAMU, TCC there, Interstate 10. Definitely some nasty weather here in general. So just something to kind of bear in mind as we're looking at things in the Weather Center. As we're kind of tracking the situation here. I know just kind of seeing the minute-by-minute developments and making sure you're staying just attuned to everything. So let me go ahead and kind of go on over right now. See if I can get a camera so maybe looking back toward the west, something like that. I know, or just, I mean, we could just kind of pull the view in. It's looking northeast, but it's nasty out there toward Mission Road. Not like last Friday where all the cameras are going down type of nasty, but it's still pretty nasty here on a Friday evening. Got to take it easy out there. This is Mission Road, your I-10 mile marker 196.5. And just going to continue here to track the overall scenario as we're looking there and watching the minute-by-minute developments. So, again, you can see some flashes and the like there with lightning at times. You have the flashers on the vehicles because I know that reduced visibility. That's a factor in things, so just be very careful in the roads right now. Again, this is I-10 there in the Tallahassee metro area. So, you can kind of see the rain blowing around some there as we're looking closer up on the shot. So, that kind of tells the story here as the evening does go on. So, again, that's something important to kind of keep in mind here as we're seeing the minutes tick by even. So, again, let me go ahead and just continue here. I'll just say this for a few more seconds. And now we'll go ahead and switch away from this. Get back to radar. I'll stick with this a few extra minutes since it's coming right north Tallahassee, even though it doesn't look near as serious as last Friday's event. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Leon County in the Tallahassee metro area. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Seek shelter inside a sturdy building and stay away from windows here around Tallahassee. At least this is also not right during the morning commute or the evening commutes. That helps here in the overall grand scheme of things as well. So again, tracking, checking here, and just again giving you guys all those important updates. Let me go ahead and just again keep looking. You can see here, and this doesn't even account for all the lighting, but so some of the electrical energy around. A little bit of wind enhancement here north of I-10. This is southwest of Bradfordville, so I don't think everybody's going to have like trees knocked down. There could be a few vulnerable ones that get knocked down that wouldn't have if it wasn't for last week's event. But this is the area right in here. If a tree or two or three get knocked down, that's what I expected to happen. This north of I-10 moving up toward Bradfordville. You can kind of, even that latest scan, it kind of stood out a little more. When you see here, this is right around North Meridian Road. That's where I kind of expected a little more concern in terms of some damage. I mean, it's been overwhelming. And honestly, some of these signatures haven't been too impressive for severe thunderstorm warnings even here lately. But it's a more vulnerable area because of what happened a week ago all around Tallahassee. So definitely going to have some issues with power even and the like, you would think. So again, let's go ahead and look here at some more storm action. This looks really unimpressive on this storm here. Toward the Okefenokee. This one toward Homerville, more population at least. So we'll kind of look there and try to give you the updates and give you the minute-by-minute information. In that, at least there is some wind enhancement around DuPont. 40, 50 mile an hour winds showing up. And some of that there that kind of load the radar images into previous volume scans. I'll be able to go ahead and kind of back this up, and you'll be able to see it'll be a little weak rotation. It's kind of headed over toward, it looks like US 441, so Again, I'll track that here. Again, watching that North Tallahassee, that almost looks like it could be rotating a little bit. I might keep it here just a little longer because I don't want to get a quick tornado warning on us here and that catches folks off guard. Don't see any clear debris signatures, but a little weak rotation. Let's go to some other views. It's almost too close on that. Might be too far on some of these others, but ooh, there is some rotation aloft there. 8,000 feet. Let's check Moody. That's pretty high up too. I don't know. It looks like it could be a little something. Because of where that is, I get a little concerned. I feel like that could just, you know, pop a weak tornado all of a sudden. So let's stick here with this, just in case we get a tornado warning, because these are vulnerable areas. I mean, you know, after Hermine, you had vulnerability. After the historic wind event, that May 10th, 2024 wind event last Friday morning, that we'll never forget, towards some of these areas. I mean, with those winds that were so strong, 100-mile-an-hour like winds, and then, you know, even higher winds with the tornadoes coming on through in the vicinity. I mean, you know, this could cause damage here a little bit more so than what you would, you know, generally see. You know, I mean, you have zero tornado, there's more vulnerability, more things that are kind of loose, possibly. So, well, right in here, north of I-10, I just feel like, again, it could pop something really quick. I know a couple of the warnings in Georgia are getting let go. Charlton, Clinton, Ware, Atkinson, Clinton, Ware. That's good, but this area here a little bit more vulnerable just in the overall setup, to a little warmer down here. You know, so I want to be kind of careful with this. Our rotation tracker is kind of picking up on this too. So you can kind of, I know our yellow background messes it up, but you can see our rotation right in here. This whole yellow stretch in here is some weak rotation in the Doppler algorithm. So let's go ahead and keep looking at this. And I'm just gonna keep it here in case we get a tornado warning. You know, this isn't something that's just overwhelming because it's population density. Again, it's not something too crazy, but there's some hail in there maybe, but just the way that is on radar. And we're seeing some stuff aloft. I may want to go up and tilt. That might help me have a better idea on what maybe is going on. This again moving now toward 319. In the vicinity of State Road 61. Yeah, let's go up and tilt on velocity. There's not too much more there. More there, so that's good. Okay, that's a little bit better when we go up into tilt, because, you know, if we were really getting it, it would start to strengthen in the tilts. And we're not necessarily seeing that. So that could be a helpful sign that's not too bad here. Still want to be a little careful though. Since we're so close on radar, I mean, that can kind of hurt us sometimes, but these tilts aren't really changing too much with the overall situation. So we'll kind of put this in the back of our mind for now. Let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. We have another warning for the west, but let's kind of move on in with the severe thunderstorm warning, the flash flood warning, a lot of the heaviest rain. Kind of already moved away from that, but 3+ inches out there, and that could end up being an issue for Tallahassee too. May end up getting a flash flood warning toward the metro. At this point, the rain behind it is heavy, so hopefully not flash flood emergency or something like that. I mean, that's almost off the table now because, you know, with that rain weekend earlier on, it looked like it could train in more, but that's weekend enough where it would seem highly unlikely for tonight. Again, let's go ahead and keep looking in Georgia. There's some weak rotation here off the Moody side. Some wind enhancement, actually. Right when we were seeing less of this, and the warning action, I mean, not necessarily there, but, you know, it goes away in Georgia and other areas. Now we're seeing winds about 40 headed toward Needmore and Fargo. There's something to watch there. And then just watching our scans, don't know debris. If we even had a weak tornado, you'd probably see a quick little signature pop up in here. Okay, the warning back west is getting expired. The thunderstorm warning as well. Again, it's just being right in the metro. But even if you don't have that, and you just have strong winds in here, I mean, they're right around State Road 20, State Road 366, US 90. Some strong winds, heavy rain. I mean, so let me zoom on in so give you some geography. See some different things here, buildings and the like. And then here's FSU. And they're about, if they're not getting in it now, which is about 3 minutes behind, that's just how radar works now, it's pretty much up to date. They're starting to get a downpour, I suspect, as we look toward that area. It's a very thunderstorm warning in effect, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Again, watching and tracking. Trying to give you the updates here. It's going through everything, all the different updates on all our different sources here. It's about protecting you. It's all about protecting your friends. All about protecting your family. Still on a delay for FSU baseball, and no new updates there. Just checking to see if anything's changed. I know as we look ahead to tomorrow, another risk of severe weather coming in play. Just at an end here. But on Sunday, we don't have one of those popping up right now on the map. So that's a little bit of good news. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee, a tornado watch, some weak rotation. Right north of I-10. I know there's a mesoscale discussing now. Let me kind of look over that. Coming out from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. That's that red circled area. The threat will persist to the evening, I should say, according to their wording. Scattered supercells continue within the tornado watch, and they'll continue to pose a threat for damage and wind gusts and potentially a tornado. The tornado threat's been pretty limited, though, so far. Weak low-level lapse rates and a lack of that greater extent, really, with that low-level updraft acceleration. Shear is also weakened with the eastern extent, and therefore expect that the greater coverage threat to the evening will be damage and wind gusts, but still there is some low-level cyclonic curvature, and a brief tornado cannot be ruled out. So we gotta watch a word like Tallahassee and the like here. Some brief type of tornado touching on down here and causing some problems. So we'll just continue to watch the latest developments here. Trying to give you the updates. Let me go ahead and go back on over to other source. Again, weak rotation up here. It's kind of moving slow at this point. I'm backing it up. Got some wind enhancement in there. Still nothing on debris tracker, so that's good. I mean, kind of in a more rural area out here. There's more population outdoor Bradfordville, so since we don't have a formal tornado warning, there's nothing really crazy like a debris signature yet. We'll let this go until 10 unless we need to pop back in sooner. But around Bradfordville, it's your heads up. You still need to be inside and away from windows because this is a severe thunderstorm warning and there is weak rotation. So it could get upgraded to a tornado warning at once, and a tornado could develop really in this type of situation with little or no advanced type of really tornado warning. So it'd be weak, but still you have the wind potential coming right into town right now. I mean, it's moving slow. It's dumping quite a bit of rain. The accident last week moved really fast, and that was part of the reason why. And last night in Houston, too. It's part of the reason why everything was so, serious there. We had that forward speed, that helped with getting some of that wind down to the surface. I know, tornado watch information coming out now in terms of seeing here some of these different zones being canceled now. Berry and Cook, Lanier, Lowndes, Gadsden, and Liberty. So that's good, but still continues to 1 a.m. toward like Jefferson, Lafayette, Leon, Madison, Taylor, McCullough. I mean, Leon probably get turned out a lot earlier than that still, but we're watching it right now, that potential in toward that area. So, again, something to kind of watch, something to kind of track. Again, just overall developments here. This is headed right up toward Bradfordville. So again, just be careful around Bradfordville because there is a little bit of weak spin. It's not overwhelming. We'll go up in tilts. they go up in a tilt, I don't want to see much, so that's good. It's still there some though, so stay safe. We have the warning right for Tallahassee. I mean, you don't want to be going outside right now there. So looking toward town, some of the different places like toward FSU. So that's still Campbell Stadium. That's the baseball stadium. It was damaged last week. And they're getting very heavy rain. I know the radar's kind of obscuring things a little, but this will be another way if I can. Let me switch it over. You can see it's very heavy rain. I mean, this overdoes it a little, but kind of fills in that gap. Very heavy rain there, right over town. So be careful. So, the thunderstorm warning in play for Tallahassee Metro. So 10:15, we have some other flash flood warnings. So there's a weak rotation here and there. I'll be back at the top of the hour with more, unless you're going to jump back in here sooner. So just keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. Of course, if we get a tornado warning in our local area, we'll jump back in immediately. But the thunderstorm warning continues for Tallahassee until at least about 10:15 or so.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here to listen at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. You see here that severe thunderstorm warning in play. That does remain in effect for 10:15 for parts of Leon County. And you see right around the interstate there is a little bit of weak rotation. I would characterize it some wind enhancement at least. I mean, it's a little bit of twisting really when you look at it. And they kind of bad that up. I mean, that's kind of it's kind of interesting to see that. So gotta be careful. Could get a tornado warning in here at some point. We're tracking it very carefully. I'm going to look through here, the different layers. And you're seeing a little bit of stronger wind as we get further up now. So kind of interesting there. I know this right here is a little bit of an odd signature, but I think that's kind of out ahead of it. We'll have to watch it though. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect. We're still getting some gusty winds across the capital city there. Only a gust in the high 20s though around, it looks like Tallahassee Airport. But we do have Lake Bradford in the warning at least, Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, South City 8 Mile Pond, Griffin Heights, Tallahassee Airport, Governor Square Mall, and Midtown here. They're all listed with this threat, so just gotta continue to be careful here as things develop. I know a lot of the worst though, more toward the east side, probably northeast Tallahassee really at this point. So that's kind of where we're tracking this. Again, just continuing to watch all the different scans here, all the different next-rad views. And just again, you can see we have some other storms around. Let me go ahead and kind of go to a broad perspective. If you bear with me here. Again, tornado watch in the yellow shaded area. And we're going to continue to watch for areas of weak rotation that become stronger and become potentially tornadic. We have flash flood warnings over areas that have seen a good bit of rain, but it's slacking off right now. Adel, Race City, Lakeland there. Hehira, you saw a little more maybe there at the moment, but Quincy, not too much right now, but flash flood warning out there. I may end up getting one for Tallahassee because I know the rain numbers are kind of adding up in that around there. So that's something to keep an eye on as we look. I know it didn't really show it very good yet, but as we kind of look here, I'll go to other mode. We're seeing north parts of Leon County. I mean, some areas are already getting about 3 inches in the last hour, so that's worth noting. I know we'll continue to watch the progression there as the timeline goes on and things add up. It's moving pretty quick, the heaviest, but still having an impact. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning out to the east now. It's going to be in there closer toward the state line. I know we're watching areas closer to Fargo here. And the Needmore, we're kind of looking at some of this just a little while ago. And it has ramped up a bit. No tornado warning yet, but it's a bit thunderstorm warning there. For northeastern Hamilton, southeastern Eccles, south central Ware, and southeastern Clinton counties. And 10:45 at 10:02, a severe thunderstorm was located there over Needmore, or it looks like about 9 miles west of Fargo, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So that remains alert for a quick spin up tornado in addition to the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail threat. We'll just continue to watch the progression of all this here. I know that wasn't necessarily a debris signature. Could just be some inflow out ahead on that. And then going back to the west, there's a report coming on in now. Coming on into the weather center in the word Gadsden County. 3 trees were down there on, it looks like Solomon Dairy Road. So that's kind of the storyline there. I'm just finding that out. And then a flood advisory coming out for Gadsden and Leon till 1:15 a.m. So just trying to let you know the storyline there. Just trying to give you the heads up on everything that's going on in that regard. So again, just watching the developments. As the heavy rain does come on down and towards some of these areas. So there's quite a bit of lightning out there too. Whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. I know obviously baseball's been affected, softball, they want to get things in. Baseball was affected ahead of time anyway, because I mean, they had to move things up. But almost getting that second game in, third game of the series, but not quite being able to finish at the last check. So that's kind of the storyline there. For sure. As I know, flooded advisory for Gadsden and Leon until 1:15 a.m. So we're talking about right around town, some looks like minor flooding possible in the low line and poor drainage areas, water over roadways, overflowing of the poor drainage areas. Really, I mean, the ponding of water in urban or other areas is imminent, so it's got to be careful, especially at night. Remember, turn around, don't drown. The important mantra there from the Weather Service. So check Tallahassee power outage numbers now. Let me do that. I'm sure they've gone up some, and they have. I know a lot of this may just be because of what happened last week. We have issues that can kind of become a little bit more magnified by lesser events. In the immediate aftermath, we have 1,442 customers out on Talquin. I mean, nothing like last week, but still, I mean, if there's one little issue somewhere that wasn't completely resolved, power got back on, but it's not completely resolved, then it might become magnified. In City of Tallahassee power outage map, city government there. Let me go ahead and kind of get that information in here. It was trying to load for me, but might be quite a few people trying to get that right now, but it looked like, at least according to PowerNet.us, they had over 5,000 out. Okay, now it's over 9,000. The latest update on City of Tallahassee power. It's a good bit out, really, but nothing like what we had last Friday. But 9,208 customers in the dark on City of Tallahassee Electric there. So again, that's kind of the headline at that point. That's a good bit that are in the dark, but I mean, just kind of probably taking advantage of some of the issues from last week. I'm curious to see if some of those outages, if those are more further up. Let me look at a map here. Last week was all, right together, but yeah, it does look like more of them are north there of I-10. So kind of on that northern flank in here. And then probably spreading over. I don't think we've gotten all of them in yet, but kind of is the Jackson kind of is spreading over east of Thomasville Road. So that's what the power outage numbers now. So that has an odd shape to it. I feel like I could still just get a tornado one and all of a sudden or produce a quick spin up. I mean, I'll kind of show it to you. You can watch it kind of spin back. I mean, it's even more evident in velocity there. I mean, you can kind of see that spin there. So that's the cause for concern. Is that northern edge right around the interstate. That would be cause for concern here as we're watching things, as we're tracking the situation. Again, let me just keep looking here. Yeah, Tallahassee definitely getting impacted. The east side of town, especially at this point. And I'm going to see here if there's any cameras that kind of show things around Killarney Estates in that general vicinity. Some of them look like too much rain on the lens to kind of give a good view, but I'll try one of them. We'll pull this one up. We may not keep it up too long, but it definitely shows some flashes out there. A pretty nasty night. So there you go. This is towards Centerville Road and mile marker 205. Again, the accident moving fairly slowly in the grand scheme of things. So just whenever thunder roars go indoors. But again, last Friday morning storms were moving much faster. And I also had a comment there about the storm heading towards Folkestone. Let me go ahead and look in that area. So let me go ahead and switch on over. From Tallahassee radar there was some weak rotation, but from this radar not so much. This one down here, I mean, we got a couple. This one's probably going to head south of Folkestone more into Nassau. The Folkestone storm, let me check on Jacksonville. You can get some gusty winds there for sure. I mean, gusts around 40. I mean, Right now, I wouldn't expect a spin up tornado out of it, but it's not something, you're in a tornado watch as we're looking here, so you can't completely rule it out, but it's not something I'm really expecting here at this point. Could get us a bit thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. I think that'd be the highest end that we'd get on this one for now. I mean, honestly, I don't see a lot with it on velocity. Let me go up a little and tilt. Yeah, I mean, very weak rotation, but it probably more like a landspout type tornado. But in an RV, I mean, that could be an issue. But I would just really be monitoring things, scan by scan right now, as we're kind of looking at things, as we're tracking the situation. I know. Something to be mindful of. Again, this going a little bit south, though. It has a little bit more wind energy with it. Probably a more favorable setup there from Needmore to Fargo. And then I'm going to go over here. We have that rotation. And it looks like right now they're going to expire this severe thunderstorm warning for Leon, which is kind of surprising considering that signature. And technically it's still on Twitter 1015, but right now they don't see enough, maybe in terms of reports, maybe looking at weather stem and the like that justify it saying 60-mile-an-hour wind potential, but that didn't mean it couldn't just all of a sudden strengthen up and we get a, quick tornado warning even. Not out of the question. So be careful with that one. Be careful with that one. But the one that's gonna be warned, it looks like as of now, past 10:15 will be the one there, between Needmore and Fargo. So again, gonna continue to watch things. Just gonna continue to give you the latest. Let me just check our debris tracker here real quick. That looked like just mainly inflow there, not all inflow. But there is weak rotation to my debris tracker. But again, it's focusing storm. There's some lightning with it. I mean, I'm seeing the pixels here about 45 miles an hour on the wind. Again, not overwhelming. Probably okay, but since, we have at least some of those winds, you can't completely guarantee it. I know there's a tornado watch in place. Again, south of Fargo, southwest of Fargo, south of Needmore is where the worst of this is. And in Tallahassee, for now, I don't look like a new warning's coming, but everyone may. I'll keep an eye on it. If we get a tornado warning here for any of our local areas, we'll break back in immediately. Otherwise, I'll be back with another update here around 10:30. So, bottom of the hour, unless we get another tornado warning. I'll keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here on this Friday night. This is May 17th here, 2024. I know folks like at Bradford High School graduation, well, it wasn't really a factor in terms of any storm action. Maybe a little warm for folks, but in terms of, the thunderstorm activity, staying away for that. So that was good news at least. Other areas, other regions here, under the encircle, different outdoor events, not so lucky. So just stay tuned. We got more storm action tomorrow too. So even if you get done through around now, we'll still have more potential on that Saturday. So we'll be tracking all that here for you as we give you the latest updates.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the weather center right now at the bottom of the hour, 10:30. New super thunderstorm warning just popping up here toward Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor counties here, and even a little bit of McCullough in there as well. Not really in toward Crawfordville as you look here toward the south and west, but areas east Tallahassee really under this as we're looking at the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here. So we'll be watching the potential quick spin up tornado can't even be ruled out here. So we got to pay attention to this as I look at some of our different modes, rotation tracker and the like. So let me go ahead and go over here. You can see some weak rotation on this and some wind enhancement here. 40-mile-an-hour winds, give or take, showing up on velocity right now. So that's something to definitely keep our eyes on here in the weather center. Definitely something to be mindful of here. You see Wakino, Wassissa, Woodville. You kind of get the idea. Again, east parts of Tallahassee, a little more vulnerable because of what happened last Friday morning there with that just terrible, deadly wind and tornado event. But again, let's go ahead and go toward southeast Georgia right now. We're watching some more of the action here as the timeline does go along. And this warning does continue for parts of Clint, Eccles, and Ware. Hamilton got canceled. If this gets extended, probably more over to Okefenokee here. Over the next little bit, there is a little bit of weak rotation right there around. It looks like they're 94 between Fargo and Council. So I'll be monitoring it here in the weather center just in case that tightens up. A little bit of a nod there, but nothing overwhelming. We're going to watch this in play till 1 a.m. though as we're getting further out here. And look at some different counties. You see not too much right now toward the south and east. Columbia under the tornado watch. Baker is, but as we get further south, not under the tornado watch in like Duval or St. John's or Bradford right now. So that's the good news. Gonna have more severe potential tomorrow though. So keep it tuned here as we look ahead. That's your outlook for your Saturday. More rounds of strong and severe storms are expected. So stay tuned for the updates tomorrow as well. Trying to eventually get out of this pattern because it's kind of, you get a break here or there, but it doesn't last, you know, maybe a day or something, day and a half, something like that. So definitely makes things kind of tricky here as we're tracking things, as we're looking things. I mean, looking at things, I mean, maybe a couple of day break, but you get the idea as we're looking, as we're monitoring, and just giving you the overall view. I know some acts toward the Space Coast down there. They had a rocket launch earlier. But as we're kind of looking at things, you see some flash flood warnings remaining toward Adel, Nashville, Lakeland, Hahira. Not too much heavy rain there now. Same with the warning toward Gadsden County and into Decatur County. Severe thunderstorm warning though here. We're gonna have to watch to see how much rain adding on up toward Tallahassee. A couple inches for advisory, but it hadn't so far. The heavy rain prompted a flash flood warning for that area. So that's good at least. Looking over here toward Fargo, we see some of those areas over 2 inches between Satanville and Fargo. So definitely an issue as we're looking at things. Just kind of letting you guys know here as everything does develop the very latest. So again, I'll just be watching. And if I need to jump back in before the top of the hour for a tornado warning or something more serious, I will. But let me just go ahead and give you that broad view. Again, we're always watching the 62 counties here, of course. Roy focusing on our 62 counties. Of course, they're doing national coverage as needed as well, but and Florida covered and the like. But there you go in terms of our covered area. Been on for every tornado warning storm to move through the 62 counties since late 2019. We're in Bradford County, by the way. That's where I'm at. So, again, that's what I'm going to be watching here is that potential for stuff to rotate and stuff to just ramp up on us here. That's definitely something we have to keep in mind as the moments go by. It's at night now, so, I mean, be hard to see stuff if it's coming your way. So, again, gotta continue to watch the progression of things here. It's just, you have to just keep on paying attention because, you know, things can change here. I know an update on FSU baseball, the game has been suspended and will reconvene there tomorrow at 2 p.m. So that's the latest from Tallahassee. final regular season home game there for 2024. Should have at least regional hosting, if not super regional hosting there as well. So that'd be something to look forward to. Softball was able to get their games in, one for FSU, one on the other side of the regional, but they'll be playing hopefully tomorrow as we're looking with the weather. But again, we'll be tracking things. Thanks so much for now on this update. See you back here at 11 o'clock, unless again conditions warrant me to come back sooner.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the top of the hour, looking at cloud tracking and severe thunderstorm warning still as we look over toward the Big Bend region. Parts of Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor, Wakulla counties until about 11:30. So we're gonna watch that situation there carefully as things do progress, as things do develop, but to make sure we don't get any upgrade like a tornado warning or anything like that. I know right now, as I'm watching things, I know it doesn't look on velocity here, really impressive. So that's the good news. As they go between things, it looks a tad weaker here. Still seeing some gusting here to 40 on the velocity. But right now, nothing overwhelming. It's in a little more rural area. So that's good news. However, I know we've been watching the flash flood warning and watching that storm closer to the state line, and we just got a new warning. We didn't have a warning there for a moment, but a new warning again. Popping on up until about 11:30. There is some rotation starting to fire up again as we're looking here. So warning for parts of Baker, Tarleton, and Ware. Severe thunderstorm warning until about 11:30. So that's just coming out from the Weather Service in Jacksonville now. Just trying to give you the very latest here. I'll give you the latest updates. Again, you'll be able to see that box pop up in a second. Where I still are though. Again, some flood reported at Tallahassee where there are low intersections with flooding. Those are more vulnerable spots that we were referencing earlier on with some flooding concerns there toward Leon County, Cleveland Plaza, and the like. And it was a Friday night. I mean, college back in Session even. Not, the big population you generally have, but some folks in towns that could be causing some issues. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. But new severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's check the other radar because it'd be a little bit closer on here. Yeah, that rotation doesn't look quite as tight on that view, 2,500 feet up, but there is some wind right there. It's a pretty rural area still, but eventually moving into Nassau County, where this is, it's not really populated, but I'll be watching. Obviously, if we get a tornado warning, we need to jump back in on that. I know a lot of these haven't really been necessarily producing a lot of damage to storms so far. That is higher up, by the way. Look at the overall heights, and we're still watching stuff around Folkestone. And I got some questions about Folkestone earlier on. Yeah, this is something here to back it up. I know we had the storm there at about 10:08, and that kind of went off to the north, and now more organized action in a way, coming in, but no warning. But there is a weak rotation in here. Just to about 50 there when that's showing up. I know the advisory is for 40, but I know could have a quick land spout too, as I was mentioning earlier on. Technically, that's kind of a tornado, but not exactly anything crazy strong. But you still gotta be careful, obviously, as any type of tornado can be an issue. But if it was really a big threat, there would be a tornado warning in play. And we're not seeing that type of threat right now. So when they're going between modes, I know the advisories for winds around 40 and moving east at 25 miles an hour. So east-side tail in there. And as we go to south here, I know just continuing to watch, continuing to track. Again, that's why we had that warning in play. Severe thunderstorm warning, parts of the area. Baker, Ware, and Charlton to 11:30. St. George under that. As we get further back, you can see here, just watching the overall situation toward the Big Bend. Again, definitely a developing one. You can see parts of Wakulla County, parts of Jefferson County. They're not overwhelming, but I'm going to keep watching it here. At least it's gotten through Tallahassee. So that flood threat there, I know we had some issues, but it could have been worse there. We could have had a flash flood warning. Looks like, some areas there, I mean, a couple inches, depending on where you look. But again, could have been worse there in town. Came down pretty quick. So that caused some issues. Pretty heavy rain, high rainfall rates. So I'm going to wrap this update up for now. But we're going to keep the stream going with a half-hour update since we keep getting these thunderstorm warnings. We don't want to let our guard down completely here. I mean, they're not overwhelming. Don't need to stay on with them like some of the more nasty looking ones, or obviously with tornado warnings. But we'll be back here as needed. We're in alert mode. The logo is still red, and I'll be back here at 11:30 unless we have a tornado warning that pops up for parts of our area or something that looks more serious, then I'll jump back in immediately with the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. But for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I see some of that tornado watch still getting whittled away. Areas like Atkinson, Brantley, Clinton, we're out of it now. But Baker, Columbia, Hamilton, Suwanee, Camden, Charlton, Eccles, and Jacksonville weather service jurisdiction continue under that till 1 a.m. So we're watching that threat. Tallahassee's still a threat. Areas east there. And really, I mean, they're going to be trimmed back soon in Tallahassee proper. But as we're looking into the weather service jurisdiction, we do have at least some threat lingering. But the threat still does legitimately linger toward Jefferson and Madison and Taylor counties. So we'll be tracking even the Swanee River Valley. We got to see how things kind of come together here as we look ahead later on in the night. I mean, the pattern should be one where things kind of weaken some more, but they could have more action on that Saturday. So we'll be here. We'll be tracking it all for you. But for now, we'll be back at about 11:30 with another update. That's the plan.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in about an hour here, 11:30, tracking as the news to the thunderstorm warning. Yet again, this one here, as we get a little bit closer toward that coastline, Roy, I'll go ahead and zoom on in. So this is getting into toward areas there of, it looks like Jefferson, Madison, Taylor, and McCulloch counties until 12:30. So that's kind of the storyline there. A little bit of weak rotation still with this. So just kind of continue to monitor things and moving the accent is very slowly here as we're looking at different parts of the region. And in Tallahassee, a good number of power outages there, around 10,000, a little more than normal with storm accent, but nothing like last week. And that number may be a little bit higher this time, not because the storm accent was just super intense, but because there's still some vulnerabilities that were a little bit easily exploited there from some of the overall storm accent here coming on through. So again, watching the accent here on the Doppler, giving you the very latest as we're at 11:32 right now. Again, you can see moving toward the Perry area maybe in the next little bit, so that'll be something to watch there in toward that area of Taylor County. Definitely intriguing here in that regard. I know, just gonna keep on watching to make sure I don't get like a tornado warning or something. There's some wind enhancement in here, winds of over about 40 miles an hour as we're looking there, just west especially of US 19. So, gonna watch that here just to track it. We also have an advisory here. There was a warning with this accent, but that got dropped just a moment ago as we were looking toward areas there of Charlton County, now moving into Nassau. Advisory for wind gusts up to 50 and some weak rotation, half-inch hail a possibility. So we'll watch this here just north of St. George especially, see if that needs an upgrade to a warning or not. Watching some stuff further up into Nassau County right now, and just gonna kind of track everything here as it does develop, and give you the latest here as the conditions do warrant. So we'll be back at midnight with another update unless we need to break back in center with a tornado warning or something really ramping up. But hopefully, because we do have more severe weather on that Saturday later on there, then that potential with that around. I know. Hopefully, this round of accidents can kind of wrap up pretty soon here. I know in terms of like different things being impacted. FSU baseball got moved there to finish their game tomorrow afternoon. Honestly, it kind of ended up clearing out that after a while, not necessarily, I think it would clear out that quick, but now they're going to try to finish things up tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock if the weather does permit. It may not, unfortunately, so kind of a tricky thing. Still got some flash flood warnings in play for some of the areas here that had some of the heavier downpours. These green polygons and a flood advisory. We've been watching some flood reports around Tallahassee and the like. I know in Berrien County there's a report of water over several roadways throughout the county there, even a tree down there 1 mile east of Rice City. And Cleveland Plaza, there was multiple low water crossings there, or excuse me, low intersections of flooding due to the heavy rain throughout the city. So, but Cleveland Plaza was where that focal point was. So again, gonna keep watching, gonna keep tracking here, and be back at midnight unless we need to break back in sooner. So see you then unless we need to be back with another update before that with conditions worsening.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at midnight, giving you the latest on the severe weather situation. You see a lot of that broad-shaded yellow area has been taken off the board as the threat is decreasing across our region, but we're still seeing a little bit of that there with the tornado watch till 1 a.m. as we're looking over to a few counties there in the eastern Big Bend per se, and a warning box, a severe thunderstorm warning until about 12:30 or so. That is involving areas of Jefferson, Taylor, and McCulloch counties, not in the word Cropperville proper, but as you see here, right at the coast in southeastern McCulloch, parts of Taylor, and then you see around Perry there. We're seeing some heavy rainfall in toward that area as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall situation here. Just trying to give you the latest updates on things in terms of just the information as it is needed. But right now, I'm just not seeing a whole bunch here, to be quite honest. So we'll probably just switch into radar mode here in a few minutes, and if we need to jump back on, we will. We'll cut back in, but we won't do the half-hour updates anymore. Of course, if there's like a tornado warning, we'll jump back in immediately to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, your family on all the different platforms, but just not seeing a whole bunch with these overall. I mean, Tallahassee had some storminess. I know they had the issues in some ways still lingering from last week, and these storms were able to kind of cause some of those to kind of resurface again. But again, just trying to give you the latest. You can see McCullough Beach, St. Mark's, that general area. There's some wind energy, some weak rotation, so we'll watch it since it is near the coast. That can sometimes cause some issues here around Perry, more populated area, just in case something were to kind of ramp up going into town there. Let's go to the Moody radar site. I don't see much of a different picture from that here. The wind's showing up maybe upward about 40 on velocity, so I'll keep an eye on them, of course, and just monitor the situation here behind the scenes and watch to see if there's any crazy wind gusts here on any of the sensors. But the latest from the Weather Service was that at about 11:59, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 9 miles north of Perry to 25 miles southeast of Woodville. The near St. Mark's moving east at 20 miles an hour. A warning is remaining in effect for east central McCullough, northern Taylor, and southwestern Jefferson counties until 12:30. Perry, St. Mark's, Goose Pasture, over to where it looks like the Cabbage Grove area, Scanlon, Hampton Springs, McCullough Beach, all under this warning. Shady Grove, you kind of get the idea. So, not the most popular area, but Perry is involved in this, and we're watching velocities. Just not seeing a whole bunch there right now. Heavy rain, light. There's some weak rotation though, so if something pops up, we'll break back in here. If something really gets going a little bit more, even maybe this is another severe thunderstorm warning, might pop back on real quick with it. Just read that off to you pretty much here, depending on how it's looking. But I have some flash flood warnings remaining in effect too. We're watching a strong storm in toward parts of Nassau County here, but it's not currently severe. Some winds near the airport around Jacksonville coming on in over the next little bit, just to around 40, maybe a little higher possible. So going to be watching American Beach down there, even in the northeastern Duval County for some gusty winds. No advisory up here, but a little bit gusty wind action in Camden County. So we'll be watching it. I'll be watching it here in the Weather Center, trying to give you the very latest here if it is necessary. But otherwise, we'll probably be having to come back on later today anyway, on that Saturday I'm talking about, for more organized potential coming back into the picture. I know have had some issues toward like Jackson County with scattered trees down a little bit, maybe more issues based on velocity and some just indications here, in terms of the intensity of the storms anyway. I mean, Tallahassee had issues because they still had lingering issues to some degree from last week. But still in alert mode. If we need to jump back on this stream, we will. I'll leave it running here for a little longer since we do have the severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect. The tornado watch for another 55 minutes or so as well. So I'll keep it up here so you guys kind of can see what's going on, and we can jump back in an instant here if it is necessary. So just keep it tuned here just in case you need to pop back on. Again, watching the overall scenario here. I know I'll be here just tracking things and I'll jump over to another radar source real quick here. Again, just to see that I'm just going to look through a couple things, make sure there's no questions I need to kind of answer here real quick. Just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on all the different platforms. Facebook, KC Cloud WX, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter/X at Cloud KC, YouTube at Cloud Weather, and then a website. I know you can get all the links there, and then you have, you have Twitch, of course. There's all the different platforms that we're on. So I'm just trying to give you the latest here, and be on here if and as necessary. So that's what it's kind of all about in these type of situations, being on if and as needed to make sure you're safe out there. Just trying to let you know what's happening with everything as it does evolve. So again, I'm just kind of running the radar here on the other source in the loop mode, getting that ready. I'll go ahead and pull it up over here now. And then just again, I'm tracking everything here for you. If we need to pop back in, I will. But otherwise, I'll just leave it up like this for now. You can kind of watch the progression of things across the region. You see, like City no longer under tornado watch, so that's good news. I'll be watching things later on Saturday to see if they evolve. Still got that one warning in Jefferson, Taylor, and McCullough. Little weak rotation, gusty winds out there, but I'm not seeing a whole bunch at the moment, and haven't seen too much here really in a while. So again, I'll leave it up. I'll keep the warning information up here for now, and that'll do it for the time being. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Again, I'll pop back if I need to, but otherwise, I'll keep it running and have a great night. Good, very early Saturday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on because there's a flash flood warning now. Portions of Jefferson, Taylor, and Wakulla counties until about 8:15 here this morning. Tracking a lot of rain here, not really moving too much, kind of trending over the same areas now here in towards some coastal Big Bend type of zones. So we're tracking this here at 1:19. The Weather Service said that Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms were producing heavy rains across the warned area. Flash flooding either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So you see Perry there under this, a little sliver of Crawfordville, but I know we're watching areas kind of in between more than anything there along. It looks like US 98. So to repeat, a flash flood warning in play until about 8:15 this morning. Just remember to turn around, don't drown, and I'll keep the stream up a little longer at least. I know not seeing too much wind energy in here right now, and the tornado watch has been allowed to expire, but just watching that heavy rainfall there towards some of these coastal Big Bend zones here. Again, parts of Jefferson, Taylor, Wakulla County, then very long views, flash flood warning to 8:15. Just a lot of heavy rain indicated by the radar here. Could even get a little bit worse. We'll have to see if we get upgraded to a life-threatening situation. I know this is a more rural area here where the worst has happened, so that helps it quite a bit. But you see in this white area, radar showing in the last hour 3 or 4 inches. So we're lucky this isn't right over like Tallahassee prop or something like that. That helps us here being a more rural area. But I just have to kind of watch to see if this trend in the rain will kind of stop, because storm told us on a half foot of rain in this more rural area here off to the west of Perry. They kind of zoom out, and to the south and east of Crawfordville. So flash flood warning all the way through the night here into where this green polygon. And again, I'll break back in if needed, but just stay safe out there and be careful. It's nighttime, makes it even harder with these flash flooding situations. So again, just remember the mantra: turn around, don't drown.